Good morning, everybody. Day 2. Hope everybody had a good coffee breakfast. And to start our second day, I would just like to ask Monique Minaj to come up and say a few lines of good morning.
Great. Pajashig, welcome. Welcome to unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. Monique Minach Indishnikas, Kittikinik Anishinaabek, and Dojaba. My name is Monique Minach, and I'm a member of the Algonquins of Barrier Lake. And I'd like to welcome you all to our territory and welcome you to this panel this morning. Thank you very much.
I was looking over my emails last night and I was given a very interesting report, not directly related to this conference, but certainly related to what CDCE does and what many of us care about. And that is an audit report of Canadian broadcasters for 2022 dealing with diversity on screen. And it's certainly an industry that I deal a lot with. And unfortunately, after looking at the numbers from CBC, City TV, CTV Global, and the Knowledge Network, the numbers are not, at this point, particularly encouraging. We see that Asian and BIPOC represents for racial breakdown of main cast appearances on all scripted programs on the major networks is well below the the kind of numbers that we would like to see. The study was commissioned by and published by the Vancouver Asian Film Festival, and they're very active in organizations like the Racial Equity Screen Office out there and that type of thing. Anyways, we're seeing numbers, for example, with Knowledge Network that is as high as 89.3% actors with a white background and 6.8% BIPOC and 3.9% Asian. And it's a report that's just been released, so there are a number of recommendations as to how we can move forward. The study is intended to be positive in the sense of what can we do to do better, not as much critical and pointing fingers as how can we do better. So I would encourage you, if you get a chance to see that report, it is something that's going to be showing up quite a bit, and it's something that I know that out from the West Coast we are paying a lot of attention to. So giving that a little bit of a spotlight, and at this point we would like to begin our panel. Panel number 4 on intellectual property and the protection of Indigenous creators. And one of the things that I experienced just less than a year ago, well, probably about a year ago now, was that I was working on a documentary project as legal counsel. In fact, it's been up for a number of Canadian Screen Awards. It's a series called, a short series called BC and Untold History. And there's a number of episodes there that dealt with a lot of interesting issues that I certainly didn't learn in my history courses when I was growing up. And one particular episode for me really hit home in terms of some of the history around the building of the West Coast part of the railway and that type of thing, and the history of Canadian Chinese during that time. One of the things that happened was I had to learn and work with a document called the On-Screen Protocols and Pathways, a media production guide to working with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, cultures, concepts, and stories. And during that time, I had to revise my legal practice, my normal legal practice of issuing fairly lengthy documents that were pretty hard to read on releases that gave producers a blanket right to use content and edit and that type of thing, which is normal because we also have to clear errors and omissions insurance for our film projects. And during that time, of course, to comply and respect the on-screen protocols and pathways, we really had to make dramatic amendments, and I had to go through an entire process of having the TV network work with me to change their protocols. They wanted errors and omissions insurance with language that was very restrictive, and we ended up creating documents that allowed the subjects that were being filmed to not only have an opportunity to consent to what was being said and respect that the subjects wanted to be presented to the public in a manner that they felt was respectful. But we also had to deal with the way intellectual property was handled in the communities. And we ended up dealing with swearing of affidavits and, giving basically the traditional broadcasters' knowledge about how intellectual property was handled. And to my surprise, after dealing with this for about 3 weeks, we actually managed to get the broadcasters on board and the lawyers for the insurance companies to be on board with an entire new way of getting releases on a documentary. And believe me, for those who are lawyers in the room, you would know how hard it is to convince insurance lawyers to change what they've been doing for decades. So that was an interesting moment for my practice and sort of understanding of how that we can move forward with respecting different cultures and still get to the end result. I've also been asked, speaking of lawyers, that lawyers here who are from Quebec, you do get continuing legal education credits for attending, and I'm told that you should check with our registration desk on how to make sure you get those credits. So from that point of view, we'll move on to introducing our speakers today. And I'm happy to welcome Armand McKenzie. He is an expert in public relations and crisis management with regard to Aboriginal issues. He has been a consultant on legal issues relating to Aboriginal peoples in Quebec and Labrador for most of his life. His background is that as a lawyer for over 25 years, he's campaigned internationally for the struggles of Indigenous peoples, representing the Innu Council of Nitassinan at the United Nations, UNESCO, the World Intellectual Property Organization in Geneva, and the Organization of American States in Washington, D.C. He participated in the drafting of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Inter-American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. He was involved in the working group leading to the Convention for the Safeguarding of the Intangible Cultural Heritage. My other guest today is Monique Minash. I had the opportunity to introduce her yesterday, but with a little more detail, I'm letting you know that she is the Executive Director of Indigenous Culture and Media Innovation and one of its founders. She is from the Algonquins of Barrier Lake. After graduating from radio broadcasting at Humber College, Monique spent several years as a creative writer working at radio stations across Ontario and the Atlantic provinces. For many years, she was the program manager of the Aboriginal Media Post-Secondary Diploma Program at First Nations Technical Institute in Tyendinaga, Mohawk Territory. Hope I didn't say that too incorrectly. At this point, we are going to invite our guests to come up and speak with us with their thoughts. Are you,
Go there?
yeah, well, why don't you guys, I'll join you here at the table. Sounds good.
Hello again. I've been very privileged to run Indigenous culture and media innovations for the past 20 years. This privilege, which I should have mentioned, is that you? I might start playing with it if you leave it alone with me. To finish a master's in Indigenous and Canadian Studies, and also to, I'm currently working on a doctorate in anthropology, and my thesis has to do with Indigenous use of digital technology. Part of that is looking at, we have a research grant from Canada Council for the Arts to look at how Indigenous knowledge transference occurs through traditional protocols. So we have the opportunity to speak with artists across Canada, Indigenous artists, about their historical knowledge transference and the protocols surrounding that, and how can we pivot it to make it relevant online. So we're looking at protection of intellectual property, as well as creating a space that is authentically Indigenous. When I spoke to the Standing Committee for the review of the Copyright Act, some of the things that I think bear repeating are the fact that subsection 35(1) of the Constitution Act of 1982 did not create Indigenous rights, but provided constitutional recognition for inherent rights. And in fact, the courts have affirmed that according to the terms of most treaties, the British sovereign did not give Indigenous rights. The Indigenous nations gave the British sovereign specific rights or responsibilities in their territory. So if we look at it from the viewpoint of the Indigenous, their rights of intellectual property are inherent and are sovereign. As you may know, in Indigenous community, there is no such thing as individual copyright. Another woman who spoke to the Standing Committee, Luann Neal, talked about how when she was a child and when it became apparent that she would be an artist, her family took her aside. And I believe she's from the Raven clan, she's Haida. And they said, these are our images, this is our clan. You use these images. You don't use killer whale, you don't use eagle, you don't use the images from the other clans. You use these, and now you are also responsible. So it wasn't a matter of these are yours to own, but that you steward these images. And that's how many songs, many dances, many images. The Plains Cree, for example, if you see some teepees and they have images on them, only specific families and only specific family members have the rights to put those images on their teepees. And it means that they have a certain standing within the community. They have not so much standing, they have certain responsibilities within the community. So when someone comes along and takes photographs of that and puts it on a t-shirt and sells it, they're taking the sacred and they're commodifying it. And this is what's happened in Indigenous community ever since contact, is that the sacred has become commodified. And that is why it was so important when we're looking at the copyright law that there is an understanding that intellectual property and community, Indigenous community, is a different, I want to say, animal than individual copyright law. And so from the recommendations of the report on the Copyright Act, it was recognized that that there had been a consultation with some Indigenous groups. And recommendation number 5 speaks about the recognition and effective protection of traditional arts and cultural expressions in Canadian law within and beyond copyright legislation. That the participation of Indigenous groups in the development of a national and international intellectual property law. So it's not just about consultation, it's about collaboration and building relationship, and that's what needs to happen. The development of institutional, regulatory, and technological means to protect traditional arts and cultural expressions included, but not limited to, the creation of an Indigenous arts registry, so that the works of these Indigenous artists in all genres is recognized. Establishing an organization dedicated to protecting and advocating for the interests of Indigenous creators, and also granting Indigenous peoples the authority to manage traditional arts and cultural expressions, notably through the insertions of a non-derogation clause in the Copyright Act. So the non-derogation clause means that none of the Indigenous existing rights will be affected, but that this clause will recognize the authority of Indigenous people to manage our own intellectual property. I'm going to call it there because I could go on for a long time, and I'm very aware of that, so I better turn it over to my colleague Armand for support. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Armand?
Took me by surprise there. I was not ready for that. Kui kasnui te shik Armand McKenzie nish nigashan chabuhugadat no snoi tayekuti ke uchmot uchmashkwetok chabuhugadat no makiad nashkamo Celine kaji wo stat no buhunan jit wohanyan mak Nathalie tanditat Nathalie ude Mr. Nashkamadan ke Jeff ke Monique. So this is not greetings per se, but just to demonstrate some of the aspects of the importance of protecting indigenous cultures, knowledges, traditions, and so on and so forth, because they are unique. They are unique. I didn't have a presentation, so I will speak from the heart, but my background as a lawyer from the University of Law dictate me that perhaps I will try to focus on copyrights instead of indigenous traditional knowledge, because, as Monique mentioned, it is a very complex, wide concept to talk about indigenous traditional knowledge. I spent most of my life with indigenous peoples in the struggle to the protection, the advancement of indigenous peoples' rights and interests, titles as well, titles to the land. Perhaps that's why I became a lawyer from the Ottawa U here. And my daughter became a lawyer. She's now at the Organization of American States, working almost on the same issues in international. I will give you two specific examples about how indigenous cultural heritage has been copied, claimed, misused, or misappropriated a number of times. Most of you probably know this one. I'd rather be a sparrow than a snail. Yes, I could. If I would, I surely would. My wife always tells me, don't quit your day job. I'm pretty certain by a show of hands, how many people know this song? There you go. And this one. Mate mawin, mate mawin, mate mawin, mate mawin. Sinata o kuchutawino, sunata o tutawino. Nimitune ni chigano, nimitune ni chigano. I see the translator, he has a hard time translating. Thank you. How many of you know this song? None. So this song is from a traditional hunting song from my people. And of course, nobody knows because it's not put en disque. It was not put on a disc, on a CD-ROM, on a USB, on YouTube, and so on and so forth. And it is a beautiful song to honor the spirit world, to honor the spirit of the animals, of the caribou, to honor the caribou. And I always wondered, should we put it somewhere? Because otherwise, if we don't put it on a tape, we will lose this traditional knowledge, because more and more young people are more in touch with the rappers. I didn't know there was a rapper, for instance, on Crescent Street in Montreal called Drake. I didn't know. So I said to a friend of mine, says, Drake is on Crescent Street. I didn't know Drake was a famous rapper. But a lot of people, of our young people, they don't know those traditional songs. I was blessed to be born and raised off the ground from in Labrador, our homeland, whereby my parents were traditional people. They spoke only Innu. They didn't speak French or English, Spanish, Italian. They spoke our language. And that's how I kept these. But for young people, I see more and more of them losing touch with their traditions, cultures, languages, history, spirituality. So how do you keep this without this being taken, stolen, misappropriated? And that Copyright doesn't act, or legislations here in Canada or in other parts of the world, they don't address these issues. They don't. And that's why we fought at the international level, at the in the UN Working Group on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, at the Inter-American Declaration for the Protection of American Indigenous Peoples' Rights at the OAS, at the WIPO, World Intellectual Property. There were a lot of Indigenous representatives from Canada, from South America, from different parts in the United States, saying that our traditions need to be protected because they are being used and some other people are taking benefit from it. So Paul Simon, when he took that song from the Inca people, from the people from Peru, well, El Condor Pasa was already been there and put in on a copyright by some anthropologists and ethnologists about before Paul Simon. And there was a fight. There was a fight in court between Paul Simon and this this family who took the liberty from indigenous song, traditional song, to put it in on a disc. And there was a legal battle. And the irony of the situation, when Paul Simon used, I have the facts here, just bear with me. He had no fear to sue a Japanese clockmaker for $5 million for copyright infringement because this Japanese clockmaker was using bridge over troubled water, because he said that for the last 3 years this song was used without his permission. But yet he made lots of money using a traditional indigenous song. So no surprise why you would see indigenous peoples making representations, advocacy work in Parliament, in international forums, to seek to protect the traditional knowledge, culture of the indigenous peoples. So this concept of traditional knowledge is so wide that it doesn't pertains to copyright per se, but also to other intellectual, patent, trademarks, and so on and so forth, because we've seen it. A lot of indigenous symbols were used by NHL hockey teams, or football teams, or baseball teams. So, and of course, these logos are being sold and then put on a brand, and then there's a trademark, and so on and so forth. And you can find them in airports, international airports, in the United States, here in Canada. And those logos are misused, misappropriated, without the consent of the indigenous peoples. And so I was thinking while having our conversation yesterday with Jeff, how can we better protect this traditional indigenous knowledge? Is it through a change of the Copyright Act or copyright legislation? I think, like Monique mentioned, through the recommendations to this standing committee, we would perhaps need a sui generis kind of legislation, a separate kind of legislation, not because we are cute and it's because we're indigenous. No, it's because of the situation of this unique form of knowledge that needs to be protected, preserved, promoted. And I agree with the recommendations that you mentioned, and I quoted here in my presentation, and I repeat, the Government of Canada should consult Indigenous groups, experts, for the recognition and effective protection of traditional arts and cultural expressions in Canada. The participation in cooperation with Indigenous groups for the development of national and international intellectual property law that pertains to Indigenous knowledge. And finally, the development of institution, regulatory, technical means to protect traditional arts and cultural expression. That is a way, a form, I believe, to address the misappropriation of our culture, of our knowledge, and when someone takes benefits out of it and makes money out of it without any benefits or returns for the communities and the peoples and nations. Thank you. It's Mr. Nishkumatlo, and please forgive me for my songs.
All right. I think my lav mic is working today. Yay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and it was very interesting. And Armand, I'm from Vancouver, so you just given me another reason to dislike the Chicago Blackhawks.
There you go.
But quite seriously, yes, that I am also a trademark agent in both countries, and I realize that some of these trademarks and the law that surrounds the use of, the appropriation of Indigenous images is definitely an issue. And for many who follow that area of law, there has been, a number of interesting cases where the trademark registries have sought to remove those trademarks based on their inappropriateness. And again, we're talking about copyright today, not trademarks, but very interesting areas. So, one of the things that, Armand, we were talking about was whether you think at least documents like the, protocols and pathways for people who are creating documentary works is something that's valuable because, of course, previous to that, and I'm sure you both know this, and both of you can weigh in on this, but previous to that, filmmakers were just kind of saying what they want to say. And I'm sure there's been many instances, feel free to talk about them, where you've seen documentary filmmakers just share a viewpoint that kind of makes you cringe a little bit. I will certainly attest to seeing many documentaries in the past where I've seen that said about the Chinese communities, and I'm going, that's not what I grew up in. So perhaps either of you can reflect on that.
I'm not sure if this is working.
Yes, I think I hear it.
Oh, good. Thanks. One of the things that we spoke about in our college diploma program at First Nations Technical Institute was we had a course called Mainstream Coverage of Aboriginal Issues. And we talked about the 4 Ds, about when you see Indigenous people in the media. Mm-hmm. We're either dead, historically or literally. We're dancing. We're in regalia. We're dealing cards, smokes, land, or we're drunk or drugging. And in documentary film, one of these 4 Ds is generally the catch, is generally the whole issue and how Indigenous relates to one of these issues, as opposed to seeing us as just people. There are most often these stereotypical images that are seen that do use some of our Indigenous imagery in order to fit it into this stereotypical portrayal. And so part of looking at the use of this imagery is the I saw something from UNDRIP talking about the Indigenous Cultural Commons. And like you said, copyright law, there needs to be there needs to be something that deals with this entirely different framework because it doesn't fit. No. And trying to force us into this square hole is we're the round peg, circle, all that. Nobody gets that.
No, thank you. I do.
Thanks.
Thank Okay. I want you to reassure you I'm not going to sing again.
Encore.
I worked at the CBD. We have a nice office, international organization office in Montreal called the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity. And they work with indigenous peoples around the world, including Canadian indigenous peoples or indigenous peoples from Canada. And it talks about the protocols and how do you approach a community that holds a knowledge and you want to communicate it or make a copy of it or distribute it. And then in this, there's a wonderful document called the Akwekon Guidelines. Akwekon, it's a Mohawk indigenous word, and it's called the Akwekon Guidelines. And it deals about protocols of how to get consent from the traditional indigenous knowledge holder and how to approach the communities and how to get consent or how to bring release forms so that you can make a copy or transfer that knowledge or communicate that knowledge. So one of the, for instance, in the copyright legislation, it's limited in time, right? You have it as long as the person who holds the copyright is alive, and then after 50 years, I believe, afterwards, well, it's in a public domain. You can't do that with indigenous knowledge. You cannot do that because it belongs to the community. It belongs to the community, and it's passed from generation to generation. I'll give you an example about, a specific example about how sometimes anthropologists, ethnologists, or filmmakers, or reporters come to communities to get stories from the people, from elders in the community. So one of the anthropologists worked for our organization in our land claim, in our dealings with the governments in our land claim. And then he worked for that organization, was paid by the native organization, and collected various information on tape, on cassettes. So, one time I went to him and I said, could you please give me a copy of what my late great-grandfather said in your tapes? Because we just want to know about the history of our family. He said, no, I cannot. I will sell to you. Okay, and I'm talking to this about maybe 30, 35 years ago. He said, I will sell to you. I'll be more than happy to sell to you for, back then he said, $5,000, which probably would be like 15. And I will sell you the whole pack or nothing. Of course, I didn't have that amount of money. Now it's a different situation. But back then, as a young student, I didn't have that money to buy that deck. And then he said, well, I couldn't do anything. And I said, can you pass it on at least to a community organization? No, I have the copyrights. That's exactly what he said. He's an anthropologist. He was smart. He said, I have the copyrights. And yet, till today, he still has those copyrights. And that's how it gets stolen, the knowledge. And all I wanted is the cassette that deals with my late great-grandfather. Mm-hmm. Because he had knowledge about the land where we were born, what type of life we had back then, and then what the traditional livelihood. He was talking about this because I know that's the type of documentation that they were looking for, the anthropologists. And the name places of the land, the toponyms. And yesterday or 2 days ago, before coming to this conference, one of my young cousins said he saw a picture of my great-grandfather. He says, where do we come from? Where do we come from? That's what he asked. I said, I think I know this man. I said, we are Nechakuyunut. And then a flow on Facebook, they came with questions. What do you mean? What does this mean? Young people. So they didn't know the expression Nechakuyunut, to describe our family, our clan, and where it's coming from, and the story of our clan. But I kept the knowledge because of my father and my mother, especially my mother. She gave me that knowledge. So I was able to share it a bit, but to the extent I was able to share. But most of it was in this cassette, which is now still under copyright protection.
I feel like there's a part of the lawyer, I think I'm on the, but I feel like there's a part of the lawyer in me that wants to look at that for you and see what we can do. Because the reality is that many things were obtained without a full knowledge of the people providing the knowledge. It was more a situation where the knowledge was a gift to the interviewer, and then there was the betrayal. Yeah. And I have to admit that, just last year, the first response when I started dealing with the documentary project I worked on from, E&O insurers and practical people like that was, we've done this, 100 times. Why are you changing everything? And I had to take the time to speak with the Indigenous producer of the series to explain, so she could explain to me that this is the right way in order to get the knowledge. And so we ended up in a dialogue where we actually spoke with people and said that this would give them the comfort that their culture and their information was being respected, meaning an opportunity just to look at what we were presenting before they were we were going to broadcast it to the world. Yeah. And then I was able to dialogue saying, okay, I understand. Now, from our perspective, we have silly things like contracts with deadlines. Yeah. Could we ask for a documented turnaround time, so if you don't object after a certain period of time, then we're allowed to assume what we're doing is okay, as long as we sent the information a certain way to a certain email address. And we ended up developing a very positive mutual work together system. And after that, of course, it was many other things where once we accepted that we were going to respect each other, everything else followed the same path. And it was only one show, but here's the really interesting thing. I went on to doing other documentaries with many other cultures, and we discovered that using the same kind, oh, and by the way, I had to translate everything into plain language documentation, which many of you probably appreciate. And the reality is that that also works. So then we started using the same methodologies to approach other cultural groups and said, this is how we're going to present. So on another documentary was with the Chinese community, we presented the same way. We had a translator translate the wording, but the translator had an easier time because it was a situation where the document wasn't so legalese. And so we started using this new method for many documentary projects, and it's worked pretty much every time. I do have an anecdote because I like these things, but I worked on a science project in a documentary where I presented the same idea to many people in the scientific community, and we discovered they're brilliant people, but they don't like reading legalese any more than anybody. And one of the people we interviewed was Neil deGrasse Tyson, who apparently read the plain language release that I did and said everything's fine except that he manually crossed out the word universe and changed it to world and initialed it, because according to a scientist, we can't really release rights throughout the universe. So that's a little bit of an anecdote that sits very well with me. And so anyway, that story is leading to the fact that I think that effort for people in my position to learn more allowed me to understand and build that bridge. And that opened the door to people in the people that were the subjects to go, oh, you still have to deliver a show. Yeah. And we ended up working together in a really positive way.
You see, there's an expression to reflect your work, is like there's cultural misappropriation and cultural appreciation, to honor the people from whom you're getting the knowledge from. So that's some key word to keep in mind when you work with indigenous communities, try to get that knowledge or arts expression, songs, to have that cultural appreciation that you have to honor the people that are holders of this knowledge.
Yeah. And just from my own point of view, I had to believe that that was worthwhile because I had to, in turn, sell that to networks and insurers. And it all worked out. It was great.
I can understand how taking that framework is very beneficial. But we also have to remember that every nation is different. That the protocols for the Algonquin Nation may be contrary to the Plains Cree or the Haida or the Haudenosaunee. For example, when we're in circle in my community, we go clockwise.
Okay.
And in the Haudenosaunee and in some other nations out west, they go counterclockwise. So it's, literally diametrically opposed to, just a quick story, I was in, at a conference, the Native American Journalist Association conference, and it was in this reserve, and we went, they had a powwow, and we went to the powwow, and they called us. We were sitting in bleachers in this community center, and they called us and they said, everybody from the Naja conference, come to the center. We're going to do an honor song. And so we all stood there and we got into the circle, and they started the drum, and we all froze. And the MC got on the mic and said, "To the right." Because nobody knew we were in Sioux territory, and we're all, Ojibwe and Algonquin, and so nobody knew what the protocol was. So that's why the MC had to tell us, which way do you go in the circle? And that literally, like that, is to that fine of a point, is how different the protocol, the Innu have different protocols. So when you're approaching a community or even an artist or a single elder, ask. The best way is simply to ask. That tells the person that you have knowledge of the fact that there are protocols and that you're unaware of them, and that they can, and people are more than happy to then work with you respectfully, as long as it's understood that these protocols and this knowledge will be dealt with respectfully and won't be taken and commodified.
Thank you. We are at that time where we welcome questions from the floor at our microphone number 1. And so I'm also reminded that, are there any online questions today? Okay, we're good with online.
Hi, sorry, my voice is not super good. Thank you very much for your presentations. I wonder, and maybe the question is more for Armand, but Monique, if you have something to say about that, feel free. It's about international, perhaps declarations, or, well, you mentioned, of course, your contribution to the UN, but you also mentioned the WIPO, and in a discussion yesterday, I was told that there were efforts going on for many, many years to come up with a new convention or declaration at the WIPO for indigenous traditional expressions protection. So can you comment on that, or why do you see any outcomes in the short, medium terms about that? Because I imagine that there might be some similar issues in other countries as well. Thanks.
Being involved in those negotiations, discussions, it's very complicated. It's an international forum. The United Nations, or whatever organizations are from the United Nations, like the WIPO or UNESCO, you have to have consent almost of all people. Okay, it's 200 states, almost 200 states, and then perhaps so many indigenous representatives and different lobby as well, working in these groups through NGOs. And to have a common understanding of what we want to achieve through negotiations of a declaration or a convention, or even like a declaration of principles, well, it's very difficult, it's time consuming, and then I think the high point of those international discussions was the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, because all indigenous peoples were focused on this. There were a lot of indigenous folks there present, and that's all they were able to afford to go to those international meetings. We have to remember that out of the 300 million indigenous peoples around the world, there's a lot of them that live in poverty, in the worst type of situation. They're at the margin of the dominant society, so it's very difficult for them to travel, to go, and to have strong advocates of their rights and interests. So it takes time. It's time-consuming. Generations. You know, my hair were dark back then. You know, they're white, and then thank God I still have a few hair. And then, so that's the reality we're facing, and that's the culmination of all this struggle. Went on the UN Declaration, and from there, you know, you can build upon this work, like the OS, the Inter-American Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights from Washington. Well, Canada and the United States, they said no. You know, we hear you, but actually they didn't take upon themselves to implement those declarations. Same with the International Labor Organization 169 that deals with protection of traditional knowledge, which is a convention, which is binding. Canada has not yet ratified it, despite the calls from various organizations. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission invited Canada to ratify the International Labor Organizations, which is binding. So that means that Indigenous people can file complaints to a body in this organization. So it takes time. And I don't think we will see much progress. I think the progress has to be made here at the national level, and to ensure, for instance, that whatever situation we're talking about, in fact, with respect to traditional knowledge, well, is respected here in Canada. So our task is really to implement those declarations here at home through the various legislations, regulations, and institutions we have here at home.
Thank you very much. Two more questions.
Okay, so hi. I have a very specific question that I want to know your opinions on this, whether it's in terms of legality in our common law or civil law versus our traditional laws. And that is the Canadian Museum of History has a trove of cylinders that are recordings from early colonial archaeologists went into all kinds of our communities and recorded these cylinders of our songs, our sacred. They have this just sitting there. And I hear regularly that our Indigenous artists, recording artists, often want to access these cylinders and share with the masses and reproduce and share what's been lost, because so many of our songs, so many of our traditions are gone. So this is a trove of information and culture that just sits there untouched. And excuse me, they're often denied access to reproducing it and putting samples in their music. So I'd like to know what your opinions are in, like, how do we approach that, where I don't see it any differently than, you know, language builders or revitalizers referencing our codex that are at the museums that were written by these anthropologists and trying to revitalize that. So why is it different for the recordings than it is for, you know, the written material or written languages? So it's such a like gray area of culture that we've lost so much. You would think that we'd want to give that to the masses and rebuild what we've lost, and it's safeguarded in a way that we don't have access to it. So I'd like to know what your thoughts are on that and how it falls into maybe in the legal aspects of that versus our traditional knowledge, and what your thoughts are.
I think where these songs originated, the communities, these cylinders, and there needs to be a process to, I can't remember the word, return. Repatriate ownership. I know Gilbert Whiteduck, as former chief of Kittigon-Zibi, he now works at the Wanakee Treatment Center. It took about 4 or 5 years to repatriate bones, because they said that the bones, while they had determined that they came from an Algonquin community, they didn't necessarily come from Kittigon-Zibi, which is ironic because Kittigon-Zibi was the creation of the federal government. So I can see where there would be issues around repatriating these songs, because once they're repatriated, or at least the cylinder, maybe not physically the cylinders themselves, but the community stewardship of these songs needs to be determined, and then it's up to the community in that case. Having it up to the museum is you know, that's patriarchal. That's you know, that's the Indian Act all over again. So for me, it would be, how do we get this stewardship back into the hands of the community so that they can decide who has access to them and how, or if they're reproduced.
I have a good and a bad opinion about this. I'll tell you why. The good is like, it's our knowledge. It's like you said, it relates to the way we say things, the way we name things. That's the language, and how a language evolves over time. And having access to that would be, of course, awesome for our peoples. So there's two problems with this: is the issue of access and the issue of usage. So that's where I come from about the bad opinion, is that once we have access and people have access to this knowledge, what will be the use of it? What will be the usage? There is, it will be, if you will, almost in the public domain. It will be in the public domain, and anything in the public domain, any rap singer or whoever can come over and, like the Simon and Garfunkel thing, do the same thing again. And so if we don't have legal mechanisms, like mentioned by Monique, legal protection, how to protect the usage of our knowledge, of our songs, of our stories, you know, it's going to be, we're going to lose it. Okay, it's going to go on a public domain. That's why I say it's a bad. That's my bad opinion on this. And I saw that. I saw that because when it's wrongly used, misappropriated, well, it's wrongly labeled. It doesn't honor the nations. I'll give you an example. Another anthropologist came 60 years ago and put, not on cylinders, but all these tapes. Back then it was the tapes. And then taped the songs of a powwow or a feast, not a powwow, mokushan, a feast in our community. And he recorded this, you know, without the knowledge of the people, without the names of the people who were singing, the elders who were singing the names, these honor songs, drum songs, dream songs. And he called it, funnily enough, it was from in my community in Labrador, traditional Algonquin Naskapi Montagne Indians of America song. Okay, not even Innu songs. So traditional Algonquin Naskapi Montagne Indians of America's traditional songs. So it's totally misappropriation, misquoting, mislabeling, and so on and so forth. That is why I'm very afraid that once it's released out there, it can be without a proper protection, legal protection. How it will? That's why I'm afraid, not fear. I have fears about that.
One of the things that's very interesting about copyright, and it goes to the root of most of what we're talking about, is that intellectual property, unlike, say, a valuable diamond or something, possession is so important. You have a diamond, you could lock it up and it's still worth money. Intellectual property is actually not worth very much if you don't share it. Everything we're talking about is sharing, and so that's the dichotomy. You want to share your knowledge, but yet you want to protect it as an item of property, and that's always been the struggle when we deal with this area called intellectual property that I've now spent 30 years of my career trying to understand. Question, sir.
Yeah, excuse me. I just wanted to kind of explore this idea a bit further. Came up yesterday, the difference between, I guess, ownership and stewardship. And of course, copyright is sort of based on a very Western idea of ownership that
Individual ownership.
that you as an individual own the fruit of your own labor, right? It comes from the Enlightenment. It's not even necessarily the way it works in other parts of the world, right? It's an extremely Western idea. So I just want to kind of explore this idea a little bit. I have an example. I was involved in a soundtrack album for a film. It was the first feature-length film in the Haida language. Now, the composer for the soundtrack is not Haida. Her father's Mohawk. She's married to a Haida. So she was hired to do the soundtrack album. She retained the copyright in the soundtrack album as an individual, but the way the filmmakers put the production together, they formed a production company together with the Haida Nation and the Haida Council. So the community had full control of the entire film project. So I guess what I'm wondering is, like, is this a little bit of, I guess, a way of handling the stewardship idea, or is this, as you said, sort of putting a square peg into a round hole? I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, like, what is the way forward here in terms of honoring the stewardship idea in an ownership type model?
Something slightly a bit different at a higher, another level. That would be a pathway, I guess, to reach some consensus about. Now, one of our own people, okay, put on a disc, and they were a famous, popular group in the 90s. We could hear them on, they had videos, Cashton, and they were very popular on the radio and so on and so forth. But what they did is they took a song, a traditional song, that didn't belong to them, okay, that belonged to the community, and they put it on a disc, on a record, right? And they hold the copyright. So they have this.
This is like misappropriation,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But from an indigenous perspective, from an by indigenous peoples themselves. So the credit doesn't go to the family who had that song. The credit goes to these Cashton seniors. So it's so how do you deal with this knowledge that is common to the people, and have it's a common rights versus individual rights? How do you do the transition? So that is why I think, like Monique mentioned, like with the standing committee, we have to have an institution. We have to develop a legislation or some form of regulation in cooperation with indigenous peoples, indigenous creators, indigenous elders, and nations, of course, to do something, to design something that would protect and satisfy indigenous traditional holders, knowledge holders, and that would recognize, give credit properly to these people.
So just to kind of clarify, would that be like maybe not like public domain, but kind of like a community domain or something like a? I'm just
It
trying
would
to
have to be a
understand
whole
what
new framework. We had it. We already had it. Before contact, intellectual property or community stewardship, it already existed. So we just have to look at how our nations dealt with this already, and then create a framework around that. And no, it won't be the westernized version of the Copyright Act.
So how do you fit it in?
How do you prioritize?
How do you fit it in?
How do you? Why do we have to fit it in? Why can't it be alongside? Why can't it be parallel?
I don't know. That's my question.
Yeah, that's kind of like.
I'm not a lawyer.
No, well, I'll ask these guys because I'm not a lawyer either. I deal with artists, and I know that's what they'd ask me.
This is a lovely discussion, quite seriously.
Yeah.
I do have some comments for you, but we are at that time, and so I'm going to thank you guys very much for joining us here for a very lively discussion. Small shout out to the person who did have an online question. We unfortunately didn't quite get to that, but let's try our best to maybe catch up with some of those questions after the panel that's coming up. So at this point, I'd like to ask my co-moderator, Natalie, to introduce the next short panel that we have going on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bonjour, pardon, vraiment.
Hello, I apologize. Maryse Beaulieu. I would invite you to join me here on stage. I will present her. She's the Director General of the Visual Artists in Quebec since November 2020. She developed many contents in the field of intellectual property, and she worked in broadcasting for 10 years. She was also with Rav and Sadak from 2001-2003, and she's a consultant for the DENIC and Creators Copyright Coalition. She also gave successfully and several times training on copyright and contract negotiations. She's also author of reports and articles. So, Mary, I will let you deal with this part. Thank you very much, Nathalie. Thank you for having invited me to discuss the right of focus on the European perspectives on this issue. Marianne Ferry-Falk is very interested in the subject. She's ADAGP, the graphic artist. She's here virtually with me. I feel I'm in an Star Trek episode here. It's fun in today's world to have these conversations and to have you here as a public and those who are with us virtually to listen to us discuss at length of this right. And I bring to your attention the interest in the resale right in Canada. You know that there is no right of resale that is incorporated in the copyright law. There's a mandate letter to Minister Rodriguez that deals with the importance and that the right of resale be integrated in copyright, and authors that have a lot of experience in the domain. So I'm the one here who will ask a few questions to give the principal elements of the resale right. It's rather complex as a mechanism, but at least give an overview, because the resale right is connected to visual arts. They're very specific creators. Hello, Marianne. Can you hear me well? I hope. Hello, Maryse. Hello to one and all. Yes, I can hear you perfectly well. So thank you very much for being here with us this morning, at least as far as we're concerned. So, Marianne, I want to get into the core of the subject because we've got only a short period of time to discuss the resale right. Could you, in a few words, explain to us what the right of resale is, to give us some ideas to understand this mechanism, of course? First of all, thank you very much for your invitation, and I'm delighted to share with you information on this right, which is so very important for visual artists. So the resale right, it's a right that was created in France in 1920 at a time when we started to see a creation of the market for arts in France. So the paintings were sold at public auction at prices that were higher and higher. And at that time, there was a painting of Jean-François Millet called L'Angélus that you may know, which reached the very symbolic price and very high of $1 million. And the artist had sold it for 800 francs several years prior, and the artist was dead when this million franc sale occurred. And his family lived in great poverty. And this disconnection between the economy and the wealth of the art and the precarity, the poverty of artists and their families caused the French legislators, which unanimously voted a law in place called the droit de suite, the resale right. So the first sale of the work, it's remuneration, which is a percentage. So at that time it was 3%, now it's 4% of the sale of the work when it's resold by either galleries or owners, so that the artist can benefit from this successive resale and the increase in the value of its work. So the creation of that right was also done in consideration of the fact that the artists did not benefit from a copyright that was important in terms of reproduce it. There are the other creators like writers, musical composers benefit from a certain right. So this right was to be connected to share the value between collectors, the marshal on one side, and the artists on the other hand, so that the economy of the physical matter of the work of art. It's a very specific law or right. 80 countries have adopted it since France did in 1920. The 28 countries of the European Union adopted it in 2001. So it's an aspect, economic aspect in the countries that have adopted it. It's one of the first rights for artists. When it exists, it generates a lot of money for the artists, whether they be alive or deceased. And when we see the amounts, the substantial amounts that are generated on the arts market, it seems to be absolutely equitable that artists can benefit from that. So succinctly, this is just an overview of what the resale right is. So it's a percentage on successive resales of material works, original material works, by sold either by galleries or on bid. I hope it answers your question. Yes, and I'm thinking of those in front of me. I hope it gives them a good idea of what is the resale right. You indicated that earlier. Now, in terms of the economic aspect, you said it's important amounts. The impact of resale rights in Europe regarding artists, visual arts artists, can you give us examples of that? You're in France, but there's also other European countries based on a directive also saw the resale right to be adopted in the jurisdictions. Have you got figures or elements that can give us an idea of the importance of the resale right? Yes, absolutely. I've got a few figures to share with you. To be absolutely transparent, I'd prepared a PowerPoint presentation, so I will have to look at it for one figure that I don't recall. For example, in the HGP, in the French territory, the resale right represents 28% in 2021 of the rights that we collected for artists, so more than half, knowing that before 2021 we had a good agreement with Google that greatly increased the rights that we were getting and reduced proportionately the resale right. But before 2019, if we look at the normal economic years pre-pandemic, resale rights was about so 1/3 of the rights that we gave artists. On the specific amount given to artists, I was looking, and in 2019, the last year, more or less normal. In 2021, the market is still disturbed by the closures of galleries and how businesses where these sales occur. But it represented 3,000 euros per year for living artists and 6,500 euros per year for dead artists. Why this difference? As you know, the arts market is a market. There are economic pressures of the economy, so that you're in a balance between supply and demand. And an artist which has died, his value increases automatically because his work is finished compared to living artists that can continue to create. So there's this dichotomy between the amounts given to deceased artists and living artists. So we're looking at amounts here that are quite important beyond the rights of reproduce or public communication or remuneration to private parties, and what that represents for artists. And I wanted to speak very quickly to my PowerPoint. I had indicated the figures. I can even share it with you if you wish. And sharing now. I'd indicated a few figures where I wanted to look at the world share of the different arts market based on the various legislative systems and the countries that recognize the resale right, like the UK, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, and so forth. And in orange, those which unfortunately do not recognize the resale rights, the United States, China, Switzerland, Canada, and represent almost 70% of the world market. So in 70% of the sales around the world of pieces of work, the resale rights is not applied for artists, which is extremely it's a prejudice to the artists, the collectors, the fairs, and the fact that these rights is not obligatory as the rights of reproduction or performance in the Berne agreement. It is quite unjust. That is the reason why the DLGP is very active, and we will speak of that, in an international campaign so that the right of resale, like other artists' rights, be protected around the world, and that artists can benefit from it in any and all countries in the world. So I'm returning to the figures that I had prepared. So the CDEC published a study in 2020 that was showing that between 2015 and 2019, on 25 collective societies that are dealing with resale rights, the annual amounts was 44 million euro. Which was given to artists on that same period between 2015 2019, so 9 million euros. I don't know what it's equivalent to in Canadian dollars in 2021, which was a very good year. As you can see, we've also reached 15 million euros because 2021 was a rebound of the arts market after 2020. Neither 2020 or 2021 are typical years. They're very typical for your information, but in the distribution of what is paid, 3/4 of the resale rights come from 25% comes from galleries, and the rest is from other sales. So that's the sales volumes that I can share with you regarding the resale rights. So thank you very much for having presented this picture, which shows the importance of the resale right. I'd also like, since we only have just a few minutes available to us, and I would very much like to hear you speak about this subject. It's one that is extremely interesting and warrants that we spend more time with it. But for the purposes of the time allowed to us, what are the issues when we are speaking of the resale rights? For instance, the possibility that the arts market be affected when speaking of arguments. What are people speaking of when people are opposing the resale rights? Marisa, thank you for this because, in fact, this resale right is often is subject to arguments that are unfounded, unjust generally, and I believe that I'd also prepared a PowerPoint slide on that subject. So controversies. So the potential negative effect of the resale rights. We were rather perplexed on that subject. If we take an estimate of 2019, once again, the last known year that was more or less normal. So there was 50 billion American dollars per year. That's the arts market around the world. If we're looking at the resale rights, it's less than 0.1% of the world market. It seems to us quite unbelievable to imagine that such a factor can have, being so minimal economically, can have an influence. And here it's global. If we look at the two largest markets around the world that have, so the UK and France, these markets having resale rights, in both cases, the right of resale is 0.25% of the national market in the UK and France. So there is no element that can have an influence on a market when it is so small economically. Nevertheless, we wanted to have a clear view of that, and we asked this work that I mentioned in my slide. So I'm starting, here we go. I do apologize, I thought, so I'm coming back to the slide that I had prepared. So you can see the cover page, which is called Presumed Guilty, prepared by two economics professors, university professors, on the resale right. This work is prepared scientifically. It looked at the case of the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom dealt with the resale right from 2008. Since it's the third world market, there's a lot of transactions, so it represents statistics that are absolutely relevant in terms of numbers, economy, and the fact that it was recognized recently. We've got data that we can deal with, for the years 2006, 2007, and we can compare 2009, 2010 as an example. So it's a case study. Concrete, which is extremely easy to do. And in this same study, which also has been published in Spanish and English, which I can supply to you, they looked at the public domain to see if the resale right could have an influence for artists that because there's an effect in resale rights for artists that fall into the public domain. When an artist is in the public domain, there are no more resale rights to pay. So if it had a negative effect, then it could also have a positive effect. So when there would be works that would have been retained on the market for fear of paying this resale rights. They would then reach the market 1 or 2 years after the artist would now be off the market where he would fall or she would fall under the resale right. So hundreds of transactions were analyzed, and there is absolutely nothing in terms of negative or positive effects. In both cases, neither. After the resale rights in Great Britain or in the public domain, Marianne, unfortunately, I've got to. I understand the idea. We understand the effects that could have been seen or analyzed economically. These arguments can be countered. Unfortunately, Marianne, I've got to end rather abruptly our conversation, but please know that the information that you've shared with us on the document produced, I believe that many participants have noted that, and in fact we were at least able to cover the terrain on the resale right, and people here have a better idea of what is happening and the tools to make a good analysis of what the right of or resale right is, and that it may become eventually a reality in Canada. So do apologize me. I am the guardian of the time available for us in the program, but thank you very much for this participation from so far away. I know that everyone here was able to benefit from your the wealth of your knowledge. Thank you, Marianne. Thank you for your invitation and a good conference. Thank you, Maryse, and thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, and I hope that presentation will be able to be distributed to everybody because there's a lot of valuable information there. So we are going to take a break. The timing is going to shift a little bit, so let's come back together promptly at 10:45. Bring your coffees and muffins and whatever you like, and we'll see you then. The online audience, so we're going to answer that quickly now. Tarek?
Bonjour.
Oh, hi. It is it's a question of Dominique of the National Office of the Film. Can we follow a particular protocol when the creator of the work is indigenous and come from a nation that want to talk about a story from another story?
When the creator of native work is from one nation and wishes to tell a story about another nation. End of question.
Yes. Unfortunately, our panelists are not here with us right now, but my understanding from our discussion that there is no legal protocols in place, but that the different communities should be talking to each other and working out what would be the ideal setting for permission. From a legal point of view, of course, the question would arise as to whether or not that particular work is in the public domain or not. And so sort of the hard legal answer is that if it is in the public domain, no formal permission is needed. If it is not, then of course you do have to go to whoever is credited as the author of the work to get permission. But as I mentioned, I think the more important lesson we learned this morning is that the different nations should be speaking with each other and respectfully asking for permission between each other in a manner that is cooperative. So that's the answer to the online question. We didn't want to leave you out. At this point, we are focusing on a two-part panel, and so panel 5A, we'll say, is the European perspectives, but with further guests. So at this point, one of our guests who is joining us remotely is Helga Truppel, and Helga was a 3 times elected member of the European Parliament. During her tenure as an MEP, she held various positions, including deputy spokesperson of the German delegation of the Greens, which is a political party. She was deputy chair of the Committee on Culture and Education and a deputy member of the Committee on Budgets. She has a PhD in German literature. Our other guest is being introduced by my colleague Celine.
Alors, vous comprendrez que c'est moi qui...
You would understand that Cécile has had a diploma and a law degree in 1996 after a training in Geneva and in Angola. CCD as Director of European Affairs in 1987. In 2001, she goes to Paris as Assistant Director for the European Affairs. In 2006, she is a General Delegate of the Network of Multimedia Network. In 2009-10, she puts up in place a representation delegation before the European institution, SAA, that gathers 33 organizations in 25 countries. SAA defends protections of directors and promotes collective management. She is president of Sineuropa, after being vice president for several years.
Inviting Helga to speak. I've been told that the time frame that we're following is 7 minutes from each of our speakers, and then we will invite people to ask questions for about 10 minutes after that. So Helga.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to meet Cécile ici on this panel. Because we worked a lot together in the last decade, talking about the copyright reform on the European level. And I would give you a background on the political fight concerning this reform. It was a heavy political fight. I think Cécile will agree. And all who took part in this fight know that it was really heavy stuff. Why was it like this? I think from my point of view and political interpretation, because we had 2 different philosophies. I call the one the free internet philosophy from Silicon Valley, Barlow, pirates and internet activists. And the other one, the other philosophy was about a free and responsible internet with a slogan, what is illegal offline is illegal online. But that was not clear at that times when we started the whole debate. It was the times of the, as I call it, the hippie-happy internet and the cyber libertarians, and in the internet, everything is totally different from the analog world, and therefore the independence of cyberspace has to be embraced, and all the people who do not share this narrative are old-fashioned, old people who do not get the idea of this wonderful new world. And on the other hand was the pro-market regulation camp with the argumentation that we always have regulated markets in the European Union. We have social standards, we have ecological standards, so we should have a good, comprehensive market regulation on the internet, so for digital markets as well. From my point of view, it was a cultural war what took place, and it was very much as well about a generation gap. Maybe you remember some of these slogans we had. It's about freedom of the internet, fix copyright. They wanted to weaken the copyright, not only to modernize it, from my point of view, at least in the beginning. And with the Swedish Pirate Bay, it was very clear that it's, to a certain extent, it was really against copyright, or at least weaken copyright. And there was a political argumentation that said copyright is a tool to destroy creativity. And of course, on the other side, it was the opposite, that it was said that you need copyright in order to maintain creativity, so that people who really, as professionals, create, that they can make a living out of their artistic works. And then we had a heavy framing of the whole debate, because it was really brought down to the copyright reform as a censorship machine. And then after already some years of a lot of debates within the European Parliament and in the European public in all the member states, Oettinger, the commissioner at that time, came up with a proposal in 2016 how to find a balance of fundamental rights, freedom of expression, and protection of authors' rights and copyrights. And therefore, I would like to remind you that the whole exercise of this copyright reform in the digital single market was about fair and adequate payment and remuneration for artists, authors, journalists, and all the people who do create. And then there was a clear definition to whom it may concern. And I would like to quote that because not every platform was considered to have to go for licensing agreements or not making available the protected content. So the definition reads as follows: online content sharing service providers mean a provider of an information society service of which the main or one of the main purpose is to store and give the public access to a large amount of copyright protected works or other protected subject matter uploaded by its users, which it organizes and promotes for profit-making purposes. And that, of course, is very important to remember, that it was a clear distinction between active and passive roles of platforms, and it was the clear focus they have to be commercial in order to be part of this regulation. But even if we had this, from my point of view, very clear definition, who would have to go for licensing agreements and which smaller platforms not, we had a heavy political fight of the culture industries on the one side and the Silicon Valley pirates, internet activists on the other side. You remember the slogan, "Save your internet." The death of the internet as you know it will show up if this regulation goes through. And I think what we de facto said, it was a sort of, from the cyber libertarians, a concept of neoliberalism with socialistic promises that you can enjoy everything what you want to have on the internet without paying. At least that was the beginning of the whole political debate. And from my point of view, and that was part of my argumentation concerning the new digital markets with all the advantages they have, that's about an embedded liberalism. It's not against freedom, it's not against liberal thinking or liberalism, but we have to embed it in our common rules, in the rule of law, which we enjoy in the European Union and beyond. So we were facing a heavy lobbyism of Silicon Valley. And before we voted, even Wikipedia was shutting down because they argued publicly if the law would come through, especially Article at that time 13, then later on 17, that they could not continue their precious work. From my point of view, that was always wrong, but it was of heavy impact for the European societies, and especially in Germany, this argumentation with big manifestations in the street took place. Then I was, before we voted in the European Parliament with some colleagues of the Culture Committee of the European Parliament, we went to Silicon Valley and talked to the different platforms there. And the copyright lawyer of Google told us MEPs, if we will not get what we want from this new law, we will interfere in the council negotiations. What from my point of view was a clear threat. We were elected MEPs, we had a clear stance what we wanted to see as a good market regulation. And they threatened us if we would vote in favor of this law, and especially Article 17, then they would try to change that law. And the YouTube CEO publicly said and even informed their users, young users on the internet, that they cannot upload photos anymore or the internet will be broken if this copyright reform would go through. And then we had the vote in the parliament. We had a majority for this copyright reform. It was not a big majority, but it was, after that fight, at least a significant majority. And then we had this going of Poland against Article 17 to the European Court of Justice. And only more or less 4 weeks ago, there was a clear judgment that this law is okay, that's striking a fair balance between fundamental rights of freedom of expression and fair remuneration of artists. And the pro-camp of this copyright reform always argued like this, that it's about a fair balance and therefore it's a justified and valid directive, and we need it urgently in order to fight the value gap and to make platforms who are active responsible and license copyright protected content on the one side, and on the other side, not to go for an obligation to ex-ante monitoring or something like that, but really to have a fair market in the digital environment. So now I'm really satisfied that we have that court ruling of the ECJ. And now we see, for example, I just had a meeting with the German Music Collecting Society, GEMA. And after the law now, it's clear that YouTube was ready to go for much better conditions in their negotiations with the GEMA. But now we see we need a better division of payment with the authors and the labels in the music environment. And generally speaking, because it's not only about host providers, what we now regulated, but now it's the upcoming question of the streaming platforms. And they are in the streaming platforms, which we all enjoy, and they have a really heavy impact on all our lives. And we want to hear and see films, music, and other protected content, but we have to fight for fairer conditions there. So thank you. That is my input, and I'm looking forward to our debate. Thank you very much.
Helga, thank you very much for your work as a person who is a screen composer as well as a lawyer. The artistic side of me thanks you very much for all that work. And of course, we know that it is always an uphill battle when it comes to the work that we do as creators and getting properly remunerated. So from that perspective, I invite Cécile to make your presentation.
Merci beaucoup, Jeff.
Thank you beaucoup, Jeff. I'm going to express myself in French and share with you my presentation that is in English. So can you see it showed here? So I put my presentation, what are the directives of right of folders have brought to the audiovisual authors, because this is the perspective that I can bring here in that discussion. Number one, I'm going to start to show you the society and then the reports of the directive in 2019 before taking review the transpositions of the directives that are not yet over.
Aller plus loin. Tout d'abord, la Société des auteurs audiovisuels.
First of all, the Society of Audiovisual Authors is a European entity for screenwriters and directors, but for audiovisual creators in general. Our objective is to promote audiovisual authors and to ensure for them an equitable remuneration to their work. And we develop the collective management of AV. And what we're aiming at is a higher level of protection in Europe. And we have thus started activities internationally. I would start with the 2019-790 directive in the digital single market. And these are issues that were debated most in the media and that led to heated discussion. But I would concentrate on Chapter 3, which deals with the fair remuneration for authors and performers. And this has led to the recognition that authors and artists are in a less favorable framework when they need to negotiate their rights, and that these people need additional legal protection with regards to upholding their right. That is very important as far as this recognition is alluded to here. And we have from that three articles: the Article 19 transparency obligation, Article 20 contract adjustment mechanism, Article 21 alternative dispute resolution procedure, and Article 22 right of revocation. And I would just dwell on the added article, which is the appropriate and proportionate remuneration added. Again, this is the Article 18. This was added through an initiative of the European Parliament, and this is an entity that has supported best actors and authors. And there it says that member states shall ensure that where authors and performers license or transfer the exclusive rights for the exploitation of the works, other subject matter, they are entitled to receive appropriate and proportionate remuneration. This confers a lot of flexibility to state members, and this often is not exploited in the best interests of artists and authors. I would talk more about that later on. Now, the second directive, one should not omit here because it's very important, is the one that deals with online transmission and cable transmission. It updates. It comes from the 1993 directive aiming at cable transmission, and this one directive confirmed the mandatory collective management regime of the exclusive right of retransmission, which is a very important development for authors in Europe. This directive also dealt with a certain blind side of the first regime, and this has been, as I said, very important for us. Now, in this image, you can see the perspective share of the main categories of royalty collected by our members, and this, you'd see the orange part, which is the most important part. Now, with the implementation within the EU member states, you can see a list that was drafted the 7th of June 2021, and you can see that many countries have not adopted this law. You can see that some countries were the first to start, which was Holland and Germany, among others, and the work is ongoing for other countries. I would like to give you another view of this different vision. What we do in our organization is to view the different aspects of the collection of this right, and what we tend to do is to ensure that the right to remuneration is prescribed in or different legislations. This is our way to ensure that users pay for work that they use. We have already undertakings in Spain, in Poland, in Estonia, and in the Netherlands, in Germany, in Belgium, and in Switzerland. And this deals with public communication. With this view and taking into account this framework, I have divided this countries in three categories. First, you have the countries that have existing efficient remuneration mechanism, and in this category you have the Netherlands, France, Italy, Estonia, and Spain. I will not dwell much on this. The situation in those countries is rather good, but I would like to say that within the European directive, country members have enough wiggle room, but this initiative has helped better the legal framework, and while linking the proportional remuneration to the quality of European work and within a quota of European work. So recognizing the category of work and making it respond to the legislation or to the initiative of fair remuneration. And as you can see, that still leaves room for more work on our side. Now, you have a list of countries that are at the pole opposite, countries that do not have any particular protection for audiovisual authors, and countries that unfortunately have not availed themselves of the directive to better the situation. And in these countries, you have Hungary, Malta, Ireland, Austria, and Luxembourg. They have just copied and pasted Article 18, so that has a proportional view. Now, what I would like to talk about is the reality of countries that have innovative approach. They have had a right for a fair remuneration for authors and on a mandatory way. We're talking about Germany and Belgium. Germany was not in the first list because they have not adopted fully, but the text has just passed through the parliament, and the right aims at users taking into account Article 17, so platforms such as YouTube's. In Belgium, these users are covered by the right for fair remuneration, and also streaming platforms are under this legislation. So we're talking about Netflix for people that subscribe. Now, I have given you this quick classification that might be a simplified view, but I do invite you to go on our website, and for people who are interested in tools and resources for authors, we have a case study with CDEC with the case studies in Spain, Italy, and Poland to see that the provisions for the industry could be positive for the audiovisual industry. So I will stop here, and if you have any question, I'll be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
All right, I'm back on. That was an amazing summary in such a short time, and it's certainly very, very useful for us to know about that here. And I would say that we have a long ways to go, but we will continue seeking that. At this point, are there any questions from either our online audience or from the floor? From the floor should be our microphone number one.
Which is the only
microphone here. Hence, it's number one. It's one.
Merci beaucoup pour ces présentations fort.
Thank you very much for this very interesting presentation, Mrs. Desprin and Mrs. Trudel. Could you give us more details on what you see as innovative in the solution proposed by Germany compared to the situation in France?
I'm not so sure whether maybe just repeat it for me in English. That is more sure.
All right.
I can. Cécile presented that for the protection of audiovisual works, she found that Germany had an innovative way of going about it, compared, for instance, to France. So I was wondering if she could deep dive for a moment as to why she felt that this was innovative in itself.
Okay, but that goes to Cécile, huh?
Okay.
I think so, yes.
En fait,
well, here I qualified as innovative the German approach because taking into account the right to fair remuneration as the way it existed in other countries, I said that France has a directive that is very elaborated already. Therefore, the directive did not bring much more to France. Whereas in Germany, the legislator decided to legislate Article 17, which was not recommended by the directive. That is where the innovation comes in. They go beyond what was recommended by the directive per se, and member countries are often very keen to keep their freedom to act and sometimes to act further on the directive. You have Article 17 that determines the different framework of the usage of the framework. So they went beyond the directive. So hence it is innovative. All right. Thank you. I am Jérôme Payette. I am director.
Drupal, thank you for standing up to the big tech companies. I think it was a very, very intense fight, and thanks for standing up for our democracies around the world. I think it's very important. Right now in Canada, we are working on several legislation pieces like Bill C-11, hopefully copyright soon, but other legislations. And we're facing the same arguments from tech companies relating to the end of internet, limit of freedom of expressions, all those misinformation campaigns. So my question is very simple. Do you have advice to give us Canadians who are facing the same type of lobbying that we saw in Europe in 2019 and still today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think it's really important to deconstruct the philosophy of Silicon Valley and to make clear that their interests are very driven by certain business interests, and that they, of course, they developed a clear narrative for their own interpretation of their business model. But I think what we can see now, and therefore the examples from the European debates are important. The first one, very important, was Pirate Bay. It was closed down because more and more people were using it, and it was destroying the cultural market, the cultural industries. And then the government reacted. That was tough as well, and a lot of people who used it, they were not amused. But from my point of view, it was the beginning then of Spotify. And we can now discuss a lot of things which are not fine and good enough with Spotify. But anyway, it was a progress to say that we need a regulated ecosystem on the internet. And I think you can really profit from our debates in the European Union when we have now this fight in Canada, because we were all more or less transposing now the new law, and the internet is existing. There is no closing down, there is no censorship, and if there should be a case of overblocking, then there are clear mechanisms to prevent that. But the general idea to close the value gap and to put artists and authors in a better position, that is now maintained. And you can see now, especially, I know it of course best from Germany, the CMOs in different branches, music, film, and so on, there is an improvement of the conditions for artists and authors. And therefore, I think it's always good to collaborate, to have international context. Therefore, I was so pleased that you have this conference today, because we should work together. Some arguments again and again appear, and there is a clear framing, which is detrimental to the quality of democracy, and therefore, it's good to put together the like-minded people.
Thank you. You've also reactivated my interest to take a sabbatical and do some music composing over in the EU. So there you go. Are there any questions from the online audience? Yes, we see Tyra coming up to share a question from our online audience.
Yes. So we have a question from Jean Arpad Français, the Copyright Board. I'm going to say the question in French and then translate it. Donc,
So the first question pertains to question: how is the amount of the remuneration determined, according to which criteria? Second question: this right, once adopted, is it accessible?
So how this amount of remuneration established according to what criteria? And is the right to remuneration of authors, when adopted, will be available? End of question.
Okay. I don't have any particular person to direct the questions to, so feel free to jump in.
Je pense que la question est pour moi.
I believe that this question is directed to myself. I have answer to the first question through the chat. Is this remuneration right accessible in France? No. The principle of proportional remuneration is from the public domain. A contract cannot amend it. And now, second question: how is that remuneration determined, well, it says that it depends on the category of art, and I would have to say that that depends on the collective bargaining according to the interest groups. And once you have that collective bargaining, once these groups determine or bargain their right, and often it is a certain percentage, and that amount is viewed as proportional, being proportional to the revenue that is garnered through the usage of their work. This might sound somehow simplified, but in many areas you have interprofessional bargaining between the artist and publisher group and other group to determine the proportional amount through a contract or through a certain percentage.
No, thank you very much for joining us from so far away. It's also a testament to the technology we have that we can do this, and it's amazing information. So thank you very much, and we're going to move to the next part of our presentation today. Thank you.
And on that note, we're going to the second part of our discussions on the status of what is going on in the countries away from Canada. And we're going to invite two of our speakers. Lisa Freeman, who's joining me here on stage, is the Executive Director of the Canadian Private Copying Collective. She's provided research, strategic planning, and project management to clients in the cultural industries, including Access Copyright, Music Publishers Canada, the Canadian Music Reproduction Rights Agency, Department of Canadian Heritage, Ontario Creates, and the Screen Composers Guild of Canada. Ms. Freeman completed her Master's in Business in Arts and Media Management at the Schulich School of Business in 2000. And joining us online is Leonardo de Terlizzi, who is a legal advisor at the International Confederation of Societies of Authors and Composers. He represents the interests of creators vis-à-vis governments, legislators, and international organizations such as the United Nations and UNESCO on issues relating to copyright and collective management. He works in collaboration with CDEC regional delegates to strengthen the operational capacity of developing authors' societies in Europe, Africa, Asia, and Latin America, and previously he worked as a copyright lawyer at the Instituto Autor, a Spanish copyright think tank. Leonardo obtained his master's in copyright in 2010 and is the author of several publications relating to copyright and collective management. Welcome, guests, and we invite you to share your thoughts. And according to my notes here, we are going to be asking, how are we going to do this? We are going to be asking Leonardo to go first, and you are welcome to share about 7 minutes with us, and we will ask Lisa to do the same, and we'll do the question and answer just like we did in the earlier half of this part of the presentation.
Good morning. I hope you can see my slides.
Whoops. We are seeing your PowerPoint very well, and we see you.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Leonardo de Terlizzi. I'm a legal advisor at CDEC, the International Confederation of Society of Authors and Composers. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer, the Coalition for the Diversity of Cultural Expression, for inviting me to attend this webinar. It is really a pleasure to be with you today, even if virtually. I will start my presentation with a few words on the organization that I represent. CDEC is the International Confederation of Societies of Authors and Composers. It was founded in 1926 and a not-for-profit headquarters are in Paris, but we have national offices in Asia, Europe, Africa, and Latin America. We represent 231 societies from 121 countries, and globally we represent over 4 million creators from all around the world and from all artistic repertoire. Let's now turn to the subject of my presentation, which is private copying remuneration. Here you can see a short overview. Private copying is an exception to the exclusive right of reproduction. It allows a natural person to make a copy of a work for personal, non-commercial use. It ensures compensation to creators for acts which cannot be licensed or monitored. It was first introduced in German in 1966, and then the German experience served as an example for other European countries which have implemented private copy exception is allowed under the convention, provided that the condition of the three-step tests are respected, meaning that reproduction should be allowed only in certain specific cases that do not conflict with normal exploitation and do not unreasonably prejudice the legitimate interests of the author. The private copying applies when the source is legal. This is the rule in Europe, with no exceptions. And private copy is generally implemented in national laws under the condition that a fair compensation is paid to right holders for their loss of revenue or harm caused by copies which they are de facto unable to license or monitor. Private copy was introduced in Europe through the directive 29 on the copyright and related rights in the information society. The directive lays down some principles that EU member countries are bound to implement in their national laws. The article dealing with the private copying is Article 5.2b, which states that member states may provide for exception or limitations to the reproduction rights for copies made by natural persons for private uses, for ends that are neither directly nor indirectly commercial, on the condition that right holders receive fair compensation. And the principle that private copying exception should be accompanied by a compensation for right holders has been reaffirmed by the European Court of Justice in several rules in the past years. I will also mention a recital of the directive, recital 38. I believe it is important because 20 years ago, it refers to the importance of private copying in the digital environment. The recital clearly expresses that given its importance, digital private copying is likely to be more widespread and have a greater economic impact. So for the European legislator, it is necessary to take into account the differences between digital and analog private copying. This is why, in compliance with these provisions, private copying should be preserved and updated to keep up with technology. A few words on the practical implementation of private copying in the EU. We have very limited time, so I will try to say the basic, the basic elements. Who is liable for the payment? Well, for reason of efficiency, given the impossibility of collecting compensation from individuals, the most common remuneration system is one pay. They usually report to CMO, which subsequently invoice the applicable levies. As regards collection and distribution, CMOs, collective management organizations, are the entities that collect private copying remuneration almost everywhere. CMOs are either appointed by the government or by right holders to collect and distribute the private copy remuneration. And the collection can be done in each country either by one CMO representing all right holders, which is called a one-stop shop solution, or by several CMOs representing certain group of right holders. Distribution follows more complicated schemes, which are determined either by rights holder organizations themselves or by law, ministerial decree, or other types of regulation. Usually, total amount collected is first split between categories like audio, video, written works, and images, and then the amounts allocated to these categories are divided among the groups of right holders within them, like, for instance, authors, performers, or record labels, etc.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We're having trouble with the feed right now, so I'm wondering if it might be better that you turn your video off, but we see your slides, and then we can see your face again after you finish chatting.
Actually, okay, it is turned off. I hope you can hear me better.
Yep. Yeah, we're hearing you very well, and please continue.
Okay. Well, as regards tariff setting, jurisdictions, a differentiation can be made between direct state intervention systems in which the lawmaker, ministry of the designated public body, sets directly the tariff, negotiation systems in which tariffs are set through negotiation between rights holders and importers, manufacturers, and in some cases, like in France, users. This is the case, for instance, in France, where tariffs are set by a specific commission composed of representatives of all right holders, including industry and users. A third variation is found in countries where the tariffs are set by the government after negotiation or consultations with stakeholders, like in Italy, for instance. As regards pricing criteria, countries commonly apply a fixed levy directly related to the storage capacity of media and devices. This is the case for the vast majority of European countries. As an alternative to fixed levies, countries can also apply a levy based on a percentage of the sales or import price to determine the amount of the levy. This is the case of some Eastern European countries. And some countries apply a combination of both. I think I cannot manage the slides. I don't know what happens.
I'm going to direct this part to our technical people. Is there anything we could advise?
I think I cannot. I lost control on.
Okay. Perhaps what might work. I'm doing this.
Okay.
Okay. Are you able to?
Okay, now it's okay.
All right.
It's okay.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm sorry. In this table, you can see a list of countries. As you can see, the vast majority of Europe countries. This table also shows the broad range of media and devices which are subject to the levy in Europe. This is the reason why I'm showing to you. You can see from CD to DVD, external hard disks, MP3 player, PC, set-top boxes, smartphone, tablets. Even you can also see that a few countries apply private copy to the copies made in the cloud. I think this is an element important. In Europe, there is a broad range of levies subject to private copy. So based on the experience in the EU, private copying, what we can say about the private copy remuneration? Well, that is very, very beneficial, not only to right holders, but also to users and the industry. First, it ensures payments for exploitation and effectively licensed or monitored. It provides an important source of income for creators who often struggle to make a living from their creations. It is a revenue stream that goes directly to creators through their societies. And for this reason, it also contributes to the creation of new content. There is also another important aspect to consider, because through the work of CMOs, a share of remuneration is typically allocated to social and cultural activities. This share is usually determined by law. It varies between the 10 and the 50% of private copying collection. And private copying levy has been very, very instrumental for COVID relief during 2020 and 2021. Indeed, the special cultural and social funds derived from private copy remuneration have represented in many countries a substantial part of the emergency support offered to creators affected by the COVID crisis. in France, in the Netherlands, in Austria, in Germany, in Spain, and Italy. Then, thanks to private copy compensation, consumers can legally and freely copy content for their own use. And finally, private copying levy is also cost-effective for consumers because many studies show that the existence of private copying levies has no effect on the price of devices. The Court of Justice of the European Union has ruled in a number of cases raising question of principle regarding compensation for private copying. In this way, the court has contributed to develop a correct interpretation of EU legislation. Because of limited time, I will only mention one case, a very recent and very important case, because it clearly recognized, it is a case from March 2022. In this case, the European Court of Justice recognized that a copy of a work in a storage made available by a cloud computing service constitutes a reproduction of that work, and therefore it is subject to the levy. So this decision is important because it shows that private copying must extend to all existing means of copying and regardless of the technology used, recalling the principle of technological neutrality. I almost finished. I will turn now to some data related to private copying. Here, I would just clarify that the figure you see here refers to collection from CDEC member societies, which represent authors, and therefore remuneration for other categories of right holders like performers or producers are excluded here. Here you can see the global share at the left side, the global share of creators' income streams in 2020, broken down by category of exploitation. As you can see at the first place, you have TV and radio broadcasting. Then you have live, background, digital, etc. At the in the fifth place, you have income from private copy remuneration, which amounted in 2020 to 516 million euros, meaning 5.5% of total income. On the right side of the screen, you can see the revenues broken down by region. You can see that in Europe, collection amounted to 504 million euros, 10% of total collection. In Africa, 11 million euros, and in Latin America, 1.1 million. In 2020, CDEC published the Private Copy Global Study, which is a complete and detailed analysis of private copy system around the world. This was a joint effort of CDEC, BIM, which is the international organization representing mechanical rights societies, and the Dutch Society Stichting the Twist Copy. The study contains exhaustive information on the legal background in each country. We examined the laws of 194 countries, as well on practical implementation of private copy, including exceptions from payment, information on media and equipment subject to the levies. It analyzes trends and revenue potential in targeted countries, and it lists and studies the relevant decision by the European Court of Justice. Just for you to know, the study is available for free in the CDEC website. According to the outcome of the study, here is a summary of the level of implementation of private copying broken down by region. In the column on the left, you can see the total of countries analyzed by region, while in the following columns, you will see respectively the countries, number of countries without a private copying exception, countries with a private copying exception but without a remuneration system, country with a remuneration system in the law but without an effective collection and distribution mechanism, and countries with remuneration system and collection and distribution mechanism. Europe, as you can see, has the greatest number of countries of the private copying, 29. There are 2 European countries, actually, which do not have private copying exception. The UK is one of them, the other one is Monaco. And 3 countries have a private copying exception with no remuneration system, Albania, Ireland, and San Marino. The report shows that in order to have an efficient implementation of private copying, some basic elements are needed. First, adequate legislation in place that recognizes the exception and accompanies it with compensation right. Proper application of the law, which ensures effective compensation to right holders. And finally, an efficient collection mechanism, which depends, of course, on the operational capacities of collective management organization in each country. In countries where these conditions are not met, creators do not get paid for private copying. And actually addressing these discrepancies is one of the priorities currently working to improve legislation and enforcement of private copying all around the world, particularly in Latin America and Africa right now. Indeed, I would like to finish my presentation, this is the last slide, with a very quick focus on the situation in Africa, where the awareness of the economic potential of private copying in the region has led to very encouraging results. Because as you can see, in the last year, 4 countries, Morocco, Cabo Verde, Tunisia, and Malawi, introduced private copying and began collecting the levy. This has happened between 2017 and 2019. And joined Algeria, Botswana, Burkina Faso, Kenya, and Ghana, which were collecting already at the time. And also an very important initiative to expand and harmonize the implementation of private copying remuneration has been taken by the UMOA, the West African Economic Union, which is working in partnership with CDEC on a directive aimed at implementing private copy levy in the 8 member countries. You can see them in the slides. In Western Africa. The directive is expected, the text is ready and is expected to be adopted by the Council of UMOA before the end of the year, and then transposed in the next 2 years into national legislation of the 8 member countries. So although the legal framework of the majority of African countries needs, of course, to be improved, this experience shows that private copy levy is more and more recognized and implemented around the world, not only in Europe, for the benefit of creators and of the cultural industry in general. And with this, I have finished. If you have any question, besides, of course, I'm available to reply right now, but you have my, if you want to write, I would be pleased to reply. Thank you.
Leonardo, thank you. Hopefully you can join us visually now. And at this point, I'm going to invite Lisa to speak, and then there will be a short Q&A after that.
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you so much, Leonardo. Thank you to the CDCE as well for organizing this panel and having us here. I just want to draw some attention to some of the things that Leonardo said that help to explain, in some ways, the differences between the collections for private copying levies in Europe versus in Canada. So the global study that Leonardo put up on the screen is vastly important, and I want to thank CDEC and Beam and Stichting de Thuiskopie for their amazing work. There are many iterations of this, and it has helped Canada to understand where we fit in internationally. So I also want to flag that the amounts that Leonardo included in his slide of what's being collected internationally focused on the author and composer side of things. So in fact, when you dive into the study, you find that taking account of all of the rights holders, globally there is 1.04 billion euros being collected for private copying levies, and about 1.02 of that is in Europe. So clearly Europe remains the epicenter of private copying, but again, as the study shows, this is something that's expanding around the world, and where it has existed, it has been updated to account for changes in technology. So how do we make sense of the vast difference between those figures and the less than $1 million Canadian that's being collected per year right now in Canada? The main reason is, of course, as Leonardo just showed, I don't know if anyone could see because the lettering was quite small, but in that chart of all of the various media and devices covered by levies going across and all of the countries going down, there was a row for Canada with just one column, because we are limited to collecting levies on blank CDs at this time. That's not surprising to anyone in this room, I don't think, but I'll do a quick recap of how we got here. It's what I like to call the arrested development of the private copying regime in Canada. So we have a Copyright Act that is intended to be technologically neutral. We have in Part 8 of that Copyright Act a private copying regime that is intended to be technologically neutral. And our model is very much like the European one that Leonardo described, in that it's a quid pro quo. So we, the Act provides that it's not an infringement of copyright to make a copy of recorded music for your own private use, and that in exchange for this exception, rights holders are entitled to a levy on audio recording media. And I'll read the definition of audio recording medium that's in the Act. It means a recording medium regardless of its material form onto which a sound recording may be reproduced, and that is of a kind ordinarily used by individual consumers for that purpose. So in the beginning, this was commonly known as the home taping levy because audio cassettes were the medium of choice. CPCC collected levies on audio cassettes and on the first recordable CDs as well. Fast forward to 2003, and the iPod has come out. It's 1,000 songs in your pocket, mind-blowing compared to audio cassettes. And the Copyright Board of Canada certified a levy on the memory permanently embedded in MP3 players like the iPod, which has no other raison d'etre apart from storing copies of recorded music for private use. The objectors to this tariff brought the board's decision to, for judicial review, and in 2004, the Federal Court of Appeal declared that the certified tariff was invalid because it targeted an audio recording device and not an audio recording medium. Interestingly and importantly, the judge expressed his regrets with this conclusion. And again, I'm just going to quote briefly from that decision. One can readily understand why the board wanted to go as far as it could to bring MP3 players within the ambit of the private copying regime. The evidence establishes that these recorders allow for extensive private copying by individuals. Their use can potentially inflict on rights holders harm beyond any blank audio recording medium, as this phrase has been understood to date. Nevertheless, he concluded that this was a problem for Parliament to solve. This is a legislative problem. Leave to appeal from the decision was denied by the Supreme Court, likely because the Harper administration, then the government, had announced that the Copyright Act was about to be revised and modernized. As everyone in this room, I think, knows, the required amendment to the Act never came. That could be in part perhaps because the responsible minister was next door at the Rideau Centre, busy being photographed wearing his No iPod Tax t-shirt. So not a proud moment in Canadian copyright history. In any case, fast forward a little bit more, that same Harper administration takes to regulation to carve out micro SD memory cards from the category of audio recording media. And so here we are today. The only object on which the CPCC, the Canadian Private Copying Collective, can collect a levy is the blank CDR. So again, this is of course the single greatest difference between the private copying regime in Canada and the regimes prevailing in Europe, and this alone explains why so much more money can be collected in Europe for private copying. But there are other differences that Leonardo referenced in his presentation that also, or may also, have an impact on the amounts collected. One that he mentioned is that private copying in Europe generally applies not just to private copies of music, but also of audiovisual and visual works. So that obviously means that you're collecting more money for more rights holders and in turn distributing to more rights holders. And then very quickly, I don't want to get into a debate with all the lawyers in the room, but there is a difference in philosophical approach to private copying in Canada and in Europe. Without question, all rights holders everywhere want, of course, to ensure that the payment of the private copying levy does not in any way legitimize or appear to legitimize the illegal acquisition of music. And if I've done my presentation for you, you've seen me do this. This is acquisition, acquiring music. This is copying music or taking music that's in our collection and making private copies of it. So there's, in Canada, the private copying regime cannot and must not mean that because I've paid a levy on my blank CDR, that I can now walk into a record store and just steal a pre-recorded CD off the shelf, rip open the packaging, and make as many private copies as I want. Of course, right? I can't do this illegally and justify doing this. These are two different acts. In And in Europe, the European Court of Justice has taken a slightly different approach. They've rendered several decisions ruling that levies can only be collected, as Leonardo said, in respect of copies from licit sources. In Canada, our rights holders are the members of CPCC, and rights holders, their members as well, have expressed that they want a private copying regime that will fill the void where they, the rights holders, cannot control. And again, you know, these are phrases that Leonardo mentioned. But here, wherever possible, rights holders have chosen to license activity where it's possible, to enforce against it, to enforce against illegal activity where that's possible, and then to fill the void with private copying legislation to make sure that that every copy counts. And in fact, the research of the CPCC demonstrates that of the 6 billion tracks of music currently stored on Canadians' phones and tablets, about half of them are licensed and monetized, which is great, good news, but we still desperately need an updated Copyright Act to take account of the other billions of copies that cannot be licensed or monetized by the rights holders or enforced against. So in conclusion, we're long overdue for the kind of update that Europe took seriously back in 2014. The European Parliament really took a leadership role there internationally, as Leonardo said, reiterating the importance and the continuing relevance of private copying levies in the digital age. And one last little quote, because I do think it's well put. The European Parliament said there's currently no alternative approach in this area that would ensure appropriate remuneration for the right holder and at the same time making private copying possible. They said that private copying regimes are a virtuous system that balances the exception for copying for private use with the right to fair remuneration for rights holders and is worth preserving, especially in cases where rights holders are not in a position to license directly the right of reproduction. So thank you again, Leonardo, and I'd be happy to help answer any questions.
Thank you. When you mentioned that CDRs were the only medium, are there devices like further back in history that are less relevant that are also not levied? In other words, cassettes, even 8-tracks. I know, like, does anybody even know what I'm talking about? But anyway, high school. But are those devices also not levied?
The Copyright Board of Canada is a world-beating tribunal that addresses the question of whether a medium or a device, hopefully, again, can be levied, and if so, at what rate. And so over the years, it's incumbent on the rights holders to make the case in front of the Copyright Board in a public hearing process where we face objectors, there are expert witnesses, there's empirical evidence, lots of research brought to bear, and the Copyright Board determines what can be justified in terms of being described as a leviable audio recording medium. So when that changes, we just follow the technology, we follow the research. And so audio cassettes used to be leviable, they are no longer leviable as found at the Copyright Board. There was a little mini disc, little tiny CDs basically. Those were levied for a time, they are no longer levied. And there have been other applications from the CPCC where we believed that the research bore out having a levy and the Copyright Board disagreed. So there's an excellent process in place for those things to be tested and to keep up with technology. We just need the legislation to get out of the way now.
That's always an interesting question, because at one point in my life, I taught audio engineering at recording schools, and there's so many formats like the ADAT, the DAT, all that. And so you're telling me all that's gone now? We're down to literally the CDR.
And ADATs and things were never leviable because they weren't ordinarily used by Canadians to make their private copies. So there are very strict criteria applied by the Copyright Board as set out in the Copyright Act.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. Thanks for the clarification. Microphone number 1. Are there any questions from our online participants or any questions from the floor? Please come up and we will take your questions. Yes, I've had the unique life of being exposed to way too many recording formats, whether they're leviable or not.
So we have a question from Alan Willard. from the Canadian Federation of Musicians. The question is, Google spent millions on an email campaign to deter the implementation of Article 17. How did the EU counteract these efforts? End of question.
All right, thank you. I think that's a great question here for Leonardo. Did you manage to hear the question properly?
I think that question may have been for the prior European
I guess this question is for the previous panel, if I'm not wrong.
Okay. Unfortunately, they're not here. Do you have any idea of what the answer might be, either of you? It's a great question.
Yeah, well, I just can see that we are aware that Google and other companies similar are investing a lot of money to lobbying against Article 17. We are aware of it. But right now, I don't remember exactly what was the question. If you can
Sure. Tarek, are you able to repeat the question properly? It came from your floor, so I don't want to...
Yes, so the question was, Google spent millions of an email campaign to deter the implementation of Article 17. How did the EU counteract these efforts?
Well, it is not up to the EU institution, I think, to counteract this lobbying from Google and other companies, I think. I think that one important achievement is the approval of the directive, which is very positive for rights holders, for authors of what I can just reply on my side, on behalf of CDEC, on behalf of the author societies that we represent, that our efforts right now are on the implementation, on the correct and effective implementation of Article 17, which is not, which is a very technical and complicated article, and it's not. I mean, there are already some member countries which have implemented this article, but you will see that there are a lot of differences in a way. For instance, the liability of intermediaries are defined. So we are currently working pretty much on ensuring an effective implementation on Article 17, in the sense that the principle, which is at the base of Article 17, meaning that form an act of communication to the public, and to ensure that this principle is recognized in all EU member countries. But again, this is not a question related to this panel. So.
Okay, so on that, any more questions from our floor? All right, well, we thank the panelists. We appreciate all of this information. I certainly know how much I've learned in the last 2 days, and we appreciate your participation.
Thank you very much.
So at this point, we are breaking for lunch, and the lunch is being served right across on the other side of the room. We'll look forward to seeing you back here at 1 o'clock. The topic at hand on panel 6 is entitled "What Liability for Online Intermediaries?" And as a transactional lawyer, liability is a word, of course, that we work very hard to avoid. Otherwise, we create business for my litigation friends. And to begin this, while everybody's making their way across the room, I always like to ask this question when I teach at universities, which is, how many people have gone onto a website, scrolled down to the bottom, click "I agree" without reading, what they're signing up for. And I'm looking at the lawyers going, yeah. I will have to admit that I actually took the time, only because there was so much press about it and I was a late starter, that I took the time when I signed on Facebook because I was part of some social events that I couldn't avoid, that I actually read the terms and conditions of the original iteration of Facebook's terms and conditions. And I remember very much reading we own all the intellectual property rights to what you post, which they've since changed, but only because of public backlash, that I actually went, nope, I will avoid Facebook. And then 9 years later, I was stuck being on Facebook again because of some social groups that I was part of and I wanted information. But it took 9 extra years for them to change their terms of use so that I was satisfied. So I'm proud to say, at least for 1 or 2 of the big sites, I've actually taken the time to read through those terms of use. But most of us don't, and the free legal advice is still be aware, because that's still a contract you're signing. So on that note, and on this topic, it's my pleasure to invite our panel, which we have 2 individuals that are joining us from other parts of the world online, and we have one of our panelists here with us in person. So on that note, to help me introduce some of our panelists, Celine is going to come up and do so.
Alors, je vais présenter Valérie-Laure Benabou.
So, Valérie-Laure Benabou, she's professor at Paris Châtelet, Versailles, and she's a master of intellectual property and technology of information for more than 15 years at the Council of Artistic and Literary Copyright for the Ministry of Culture. She has presented missions when it comes to referencing content and data, when it comes to transformation, and recently at the recommendation, she is member of the lab of the Council of Music. She published quite a lot of articles in France and in other countries when it comes to the law of in this domain. And the other panel, that is Professor droit civil in civil law since January 2001. She is professor when it comes to artificial intelligence at the worldwide scale. She was professor at Toulouse Capitol and member of Toulouse in France, and she is professor in research at in Toulouse.
This panel is Louis Simpson, who's the Senior Vice President, Global Policy for the Association of American Publishers. Prior to joining the AAP, Louis was Senior Counsel for Intellectual Property Policy at the Entertainment Software Association, where she was responsible for developing and guiding the Video Game Industry Association's work in the areas of copyright and international trade policy. So it's our pleasure to invite this panel to give us their presentations, and our first guest up is Valérie-Laure.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to share my screen, to share the PowerPoint. Can you see the PowerPoint? Yeah?
Yes,
okay,
we can see that quite clearly, and we're seeing you fairly smoothly, so all good.
Okay, that's great. So my mission, I'm not sure that I will achieve that, but I will do it in French, is to talk about copyright and liability of intermediaries from the European perspective. Et j'ai fait les slides en anglais de façon...
I did the slides in English so we can do things, is that this actuality is more that profuse. There's quite a lot of things to see in that field, and I'm not going to talk about all the fields where the European Union has legiferated when it comes to these topics. I wanted just to explain to you that I will talk about Article 17 of the unique market, a new regime of responsibilities for platforms. But indeed, there are two texts or two words where final accords or final agreement is recently completed, and May 7 and March 24th, 2004, that put in place a new regime of responsibilities existing when the DSA, which is electronic commerce, and to increase the load on the intermediary, and for the DMA to put compliance for gatekeepers that are in position of decide in reality of the way content and protected work to disseminate that on networks, and that are obligated to share to transparency also and compliance with structural obligations. So we cannot grasp the entire obligations, but I wanted to underline the difficulty or mention the difficulties that we will see on the application of these texts, because if the wording on the directive when it comes to copyrights is applied to platform content, this definition is far from covering the entirety of the platforms, but there are other platforms that are listed by DGA and DSA, the DMA and DSA, and it will not be here. So the idea of having what would prevail here, the questions also are within the DSA, but also a series of questions when it comes to content moderation, information transparency. It is one of the actions of the European Union and the fields of application. So what has changed coming to the responsibility of some categories of intermediaries? So these platforms share things with the Article 17 of CSDM, and we talked about Stephen, we can look at when it comes to the responsibility of these media is we can talk of Copernicus revolution here, and then we had a platform that we would say suppliers of host, and it was under Article 14 of the CSDM, and of course the platform put in place protected content by users, and the idea was that the act of communication to the public protected by the copyrights were not profitable, and then they are in charge to obtain the authorization of the holders of rights. And as a simple intermediary is not responsible of the communication, therefore did not have authorization to obtain of copyright. This is what is the Copernicus revolution is that the act of communication to the public, these platforms operate on top of it or aside from the users that uses the servers, an act of public communication. Therefore, the platform has to obtain the communication for this act of communication or for this gesture of communication, and then you can see these arrows, and there are no arrows with non-profit users because the second Copernican revolution, that platform that acquires will give her also the way of public communication. Therefore, they act as a non-profit, but on top of it, they have to obtain an authorization from of their own copyright. So I can stop here and to see how things are changing radically, and then we go from a system of responsibility, indirect responsibility that was operated by Article 14 of the CSDM, where host supplier is not responsible as if he did not give notified by the copyright holder when it comes to that. But if he did not act, so his responsibility can be taken. But as a title of public communication, he did not have direct responsibility or infringement also, even if it was discussed at large in France. From now on, things is different because without authorization, if the platform communicate or continue to communicate the work without the authorization, she is directly responsible and liable unless, and this is what Article 17 says, and this is all, unless they did not defer obligation of withdrawal, and to put in place, but putting the conditions in the absence of, so stay down here, if the platform succeed to develop not only to withdraw the content, but make sure that the content does not re-appear, its responsibility when it comes to copyright is exempt, and it cannot be under the infringement laws. So this is the entire complexity of the model, but absence of authorization, users, whether be non-professional or, not commercial or not commercial, will commit infringement. Last point here, and last factor of complexity, three hypotheses. Number one, the agreement, and an agreement can be concluded. Lack of consent from the holders and possibility to put in place a structure to block the content to appear. And then the three hypotheses where content was not authorized by the copyright holders, but it's put in place legitimately with exception of copyright. So here there is a mix-up here. What happened with this in-between where copyright holders want to refuse the content user, and users want to have that legal thing to be able to use it. So difficulties here. Number one is the risk of overblocking, knowing that the platform can, in order to avoid responsibility, to withdraw content upon simple notification and overblocked other communications. What we have tried to solve the problem with Article 17 from paragraph 5 and following, how to put in place a mechanism for one-byte copyright, protected copyright, continue to be disseminated and to ensure that the contents that are legitimate can be used and disseminated. And here we have a difficulty is that every state member try to do things differently. And in France, for instance, they decided to put in place export. We keep copyright holder to have the content, and we obligate the platform to withdraw the platform if this content is legitimate. Therefore, user can contest this withdrawal before some mechanism developed by the platform or by a judge. In Germany, we put in place something that would forbid the entrenchment. And we have problems of responsibilities that are really big when it comes to streaming that is transborder. And I am here to discuss and answer your questions. Merci.
Okay, we would like to invite our next panelist to share her thoughts from the United States of America.
Thanks, everyone. I'm going to try and share my screen. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, and the screen looks good.
Perfect. All right. So thank you very much for inviting me to join you this afternoon. Again, I'm Louise Simpson. I'm with the Association of American Publishers. And this afternoon, I'm going to be speaking to, it's a bit of a historical perspective because unfortunately, the US has not advanced its online enforcement framework in much the same way that, frankly, a number of US rights holders believe the European Union actually has done. So I'm going to speak to what the DMCA is, or the Digital Millennium Copyright Act is, where it stands, and what the current efforts are for looking at potentially reviewing and hopefully reforming that act. But first, I did want to say a bit about the Association of American Publishers. So AAP represents trade, journal, and education publishers in the US on matters of law and policy, specifically on copyright, international trade, competition, and technology. We, as an advocacy organization, address our efforts to the US government, both the executive side as well as the legislative offices, as well as, of course, foreign governments where there might be processes that look to reforming either copyright frameworks or the law enforcement framework as well. And actually last year, AAP did submit comments in Canada's consultation on, I think, modernizing its online enforcement framework. So wherever there are processes that look to either improve or modernize copyright frameworks so that they are better able to address the nature and scope of today's online infringement, as well as to continue to promote strong copyright protection frameworks, AAP, where there are processes available, does like to put its oar in the water and either work with our local sister associations, or where comment processes are open to any rights holder, we like to come in on behalf of our members so that we can make known our members' priorities and concerns in this field. So having said that, just very quickly, here's a sampling of AAP's members. As I mentioned, we represent 3 different sectors. So trade, you might be aware of them as the publishers of consumer fiction and nonfiction books. We also represent school division and higher education publishers. These are the publishers of textbooks for the elementary, secondary, and tertiary educational institutions. They publish textbooks and also, of course, online learning solutions, which are very much, or frankly, became very much needed and very much helpful when we, of course, entered the pandemic. And our final sector is the professional and scholarly publishing sector, otherwise known as the scientific, technical, and medical publishing sector. And these are the journals responsible for communicating and disseminating scientific, technical, or medical research to the world. So again, this is a sampling of AAP's members. So getting to today's topic, what liability for online intermediaries? As I said, and apologies for delivering the punchline early, unfortunately, the DMCA is no longer, frankly, fit for purpose. As noted in the slide, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act was adopted in 1998, and a key element of that framework is Section 512, which speaks to the liability of online enforcement or online service providers when they fail to take adequate measures to expeditiously remove or disable access to infringing content online. Now, when the DMCA was adopted in 1998, concerns, of course, had arisen about the probability or the possibility that the internet would become an instrument through which infringing content would be made available online, and rights holders were not wrong in that concern. On the other side, ISPs, of course, were concerned that they might be held liable for infringing conduct of their subscribers or users, but not themselves, the publisher of this infringing content. So when the US Congress got together and adopted the DMCA framework, the intention really was to promote cooperation between these two different stakeholder groups. So rights holders would continue to be responsible for monitoring the internet for instances of infringing conduct, particularly of their works. But there was the expectation that OSPs or internet service providers would be a cooperative partner in helping or assisting rights holders in mitigating the instances of online infringement. Unfortunately, since 1998, or I guess some 24 years after the adoption of the DMCA, we are seeing that the framework is no longer adequate in terms of addressing, frankly, the nature and scope of online infringement today. This, of course, started when peer-to-peer networks came online, and suddenly you had a diffuse mechanism through which infringing conduct was occurring. And then you saw the rise of cyber lockers, which themselves became a problem because they were able to look at the DMCA. Technically, we are a hosting entity, and the material that we might be hosting is that of our subscribers, so we could fit ourselves into the definitions of what OSPs are under the DMCA and essentially game the framework by, frankly, just responding to a notice and saying that we've essentially complied with the requirement of the law and not doing anything further. So the key element of Section 512, which I failed to mention, of course, is the notice and takedown system. And under that system, a OSP can excuse itself from liability if it responds to a notification and takes down the infringing content or disables access to it. Now, the framework was intended to obligate OSPs and ISPs to take meaningful action, frankly, not only when they had actual knowledge, but when they had inferred or red flag knowledge of infringing conduct occurring or being facilitated by their platform. But unfortunately, a number of court decisions in the US have essentially read out this red knowledge standard from the statute, essentially rendering meaningless some key provisions of the DMCA framework. So what do I mean by that? Essentially, red flag knowledge arises when the platform can be imputed as having knowledge of infringing conduct occurring on its site when facts and circumstances indicate to a reasonable person that infringing activity is occurring. This should not necessitate a notice or that the ISP have actual knowledge of specific incidences or instances of infringement and where they might be located. But as I mentioned, unfortunately, the courts did make this a requirement in the YouTube case, and now we are stuck with this framework. Because of the nature of notice and takedown, OSPs have been able to essentially be willfully blind, saying that we did not receive notice, we did not receive adequate notice, and therefore we are not obligated to do anything further. When they do receive a notice, they, of course, those that do respond, take down the infringing content, but do not do anything more than that. So if the infringing content reappears on their site, they will either wait for another notification of that same infringing content, but do nothing further. So essentially, notice and takedown has become nothing more than an endless game of whack-a-mole, expending rights holder resources and frankly also OSP resources in this endless game of putting forward a notice, taking that notice and taking down the content, but doing nothing to prevent the reappearance of that previously identified previously identified infringing content. So in short, the current framework under the notice and takedown system of the DMCA, we frankly believe is no longer adequate to address the extent of the online piracy that rights holders face today. So notwithstanding that rather bleak framework from a rights holder's perspective, there have been efforts in the US to seek to review and hopefully reform the DMCA. And these efforts at least started in 2010. So as you see from the timeline, in 2010, the US Patent and Trademark Office issued a consultation not so much to reform DMCA 512, because of course, as an executive agency, it doesn't have legislative powers to do that. But it did bring together rights holders and OSPs to discuss how the current framework of the notice and takedown system might be improved. So might there be mechanisms to make the notice and takedown more expeditious, make it easier for rights holder to submit notices, and make OSPs more transparent in how they deal or respond to such notices. So that 2010 process did not lead to anything, I would say, concrete, other than, of course, a report identifying the mechanisms that rights holders and some ISPs had said might be possible improvements. However, in 2014, the House Judiciary Subcommittee of the Courts and IP, this is the lower chamber of Congress, launched what is actually then the most fulsome review of DMCA. The subcommittee held over 20 hearings, a number of consultations, but unfortunately, that consultation itself did not result in an actual overhaul of Section 512, though of course other reforms did issue from that process, just not the hoped for Section 512 overhaul that rights holders had been advocating for. But as part of that process, the subcommittee did ask the U.S. Copyright Office to do a more extensive study of Section 512 to look at what the deficiencies are, what the possible solutions might be or improvements might be. And in undertaking that process, the Copyright Office did 2 roundtables and then a final roundtable in 2019. But of course, as I'll note later, the results did not, or the Copyright Office's findings did not issue until last year in 2020. That was 2 years ago. Like all of you, my timing's off because of the pandemic. But in 2019, the Senate did retake up reform, or at least review, and there were again many hearings heard, or many hearings conducted, but not anything concrete issued from that either. So we come now to the U.S. Copyright Office's DMCA 512 report, which it issued in May 2020. In that report, the U.S. Copyright Office essentially confirmed what many rights holders had been saying for the last 10 years, which is the notice and takedown system under Section 512 is no longer fit for purpose. It is no longer adequate to address the needs of rights holders today in terms of mitigating the extent and the scope of online piracy. However, the Copyright Office did not categorically say that you need to reform DMCA. It said, however, only that the balance that Congress had intended, which I'd spoken to earlier about the balance of responsibilities between rights holders and online service providers in terms of addressing online piracy, that balance had been tilted askew. It was no longer doing what Congress had intended. I think without saying categorically, essentially rights holders had assumed the full burden of policing the internet, of identifying infringing content, and yet OSPs were doing only as little as the law, as interpreted by the courts, required of them in terms of responding to a notice, taking down or disabling infringing content, but doing no more than the basic minimum. So even though the Copyright Office's report did say the balance had been tilted askew, it did not recommend a full-blown overhaul or reform of the DMCA. It did, however, identify what it called targeted or maybe surgical fixes to the statute as to how it might be better, improved, I suppose, just my personal opinion, knowing that the ISP lobby, shall we say, is very strong in the US. And of course, it's very difficult to get this framework revamped as one would hope. And so what were the main recommendations of the Copyright Office in this Section 512 report? One was to clarify the eligibility requirements of OSPs. And what do I mean here? As I mentioned earlier, Section 512C talks about hosting providers. And there they're covered and potentially qualify for safe harbor protection if all they do, or if all they are acting as mere conduits. Essentially, they host the infringing content, do nothing to shape it, to look into it. They just host, and if they respond to notifications and take down and disable access, they can qualify for safe harbor protection. Unfortunately, the cyber lockers, knowing this full well, they, even though their primary purpose, as some of them advertise on their sites, is really to host infringing content and to facilitate access to infringing material, they have somehow qualified for this protection and do the utmost, well, the bare minimum to simply respond to a notice, where some of them actually deign to respond to a notice. Many of them, as you know, those who have no interest in legitimizing themselves, of course, completely ignore notifications from rights holders. The second recommendation was to define repeat infringer. Now, there is a requirement in the statute that a OSP should adopt a repeat infringer policy, meaning that when infringing conduct had been identified, the rights holder can inform the ISP that this particular subscriber or one of your subscribers is engaging in infringing conduct, and they must be warned. And where there might be repeat instances of such infringing conduct, their account might be suspended or terminated. Though this requirement is in the statute, the circumstances under which suspension and termination might occur had never been clarified. So while some OSPs have a repeat infringer policy, there is no consistency as to their adoption and implementation, in part because the statute doesn't speak to it very well. And then the third is the clarify the knowledge requirement, which, as I mentioned earlier, unfortunate court decisions had essentially read out that requirement from the statute. So OSPs engaging in willful blindness, essentially knowing, despite knowing that their platform is being used for infringing conduct, do nothing about it and say, well, we haven't received notification, we have no actual knowledge of infringing conduct, so nothing is required of us. So I think if this knowledge requirement were addressed, it could be very helpful in bringing some improvement to the framework. And then finally, in the process of this Section 512 study by the U.S. Copyright Office, many stakeholders, essentially rights holders, propose that we look elsewhere, of course, where there are systems that look at more, let's say, sophisticated methods or tools that are afforded to rights holders to address online piracy today. And that's the notice and takedown regime, and then, of course, website blocking, which does exist in Europe or a number of EU countries and also a number of Asian countries as well. And what the Copyright Office said here is, yes, we understand those remedies exist and they might be amenable to more study, but we're not recommending that they be taken up at this time. So those studies have not yet occurred, but the hope is that they will be taken account of, essentially because there are so many examples out there, the EU being foremost, in terms of using these very useful remedies to allow rights holders to more effectively police and, frankly, protect and defend their rights online. So what then is the current status in the US? So as I mentioned, there is as yet no specific legislative effort to reform the Section 512 notice and takedown framework. However, this year in March, a senator did introduce what is called the Smart Copyright Act, but this only focuses on clarifying the provisions on standard technical measures. And STMs, or standard technical measures, are the tools that a platform may employ so that it has automated, to some extent, identifying and preventing the re-upload of infringing content. And this actually is I think, as Valerie mentioned, is a critical element of Article 17, because the only way that an OCSSP can undertake best efforts to prevent infringing conduct is perhaps to adopt such a technical measure. So an OCSSP under Article 17 is expected to try to obtain a license, and failing that, should use measures to ensure that its platform is not being used for infringing conduct. So unfortunately, in the US, other than this, there is as yet no prospects for legislation to improve the Section 512 notice and takedown system. But as I mentioned, rights holders continue to advocate for a notice and stay down system, and of course, the no-fault injunctive remedy. That said, it was with some surprise that earlier last month in May, a district court in the Southern District of New York actually issued a dynamic website blocking order. Very unexpected, because like in Canada, there is no specific provision that calls for website blocking or authorizes a court under that specific process. But there are, of course, existing procedures under which a court may use existing authorities to require an ISP to block a specific website that might be engaging in infringing conduct. And in this decision, not only to block the current website that had already been identified, but the dynamic part, which is, should the defendant put up more sites engaging in this conduct, ISPs have an obligation to also block those sites. This case is actually, at least in my opinion, akin to the Tech Savvy Solutions versus Bell Media case in Canada, which the Supreme Court of Canada affirmed May last year. And in that case, a number of rights holder has asked for the Gold TV site to essentially be blocked because it was doing nothing but providing access to infringing audiovisual content. And Tech Savvy had opposed that, saying that there's nothing in Canadian law that specifically provides this remedy. But as the Supreme Court affirmed the lower court's ruling, while there may not be a specific remedy, there are provisions under Canadian copyright law and under, I think it's the Civil Code of, maybe Civil Procedure, apologies to all the Canadian lawyers for bungling that does provide the framework through which a court may require ISPs in this instance, because they are frankly the best position to do something about it. Or using the language of Google versus Ecostec, Google in that sense was, they said, the determinative entity that was either facilitating the harm or could do something to address that harm. And so the authorities are there to allow a court to issue such orders. That being said, while these court decisions are very welcome, I don't think we should rest there. In Europe, the processes are far more efficient and more effective because they are clear. There is clear authority in the statute granted to a court to engage in the evidence gathering and to allow a rights holder, frankly, to seek an application for such a website blocking order. And I think while these court decisions are very helpful, I think what would be far more helpful is clarity as to the remedy available to rights holder and the process by which such a remedy may be obtained. So I'll end there, noting only again that in the US, we still only have the notice and takedown mechanism, but we continue to advocate for reform so that we may eventually get to a system that perhaps mirrors the EU system and some Asian country systems that does have notice and stay down and website blocking. So thank you very much, and I look forward to discussion.
Thank you very much for that presentation. And yes, I actually had some familiarity being out from Vancouver, BC with the Google versus Ecostec case. And it was interesting that you mentioned it, because we don't want to have to spend that kind of money enforcing rights when we know that it's always a question mark which side the court's going to end up on. And so I do agree that having better legislative solutions is certainly more financially efficient and creates a lot more certainty. On that note, it's my pleasure to introduce or bring up our next speaker. And Celine, take it away.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. First of all, I would like to thank the coalition, of course, and it's a great pleasure to work with Nathalie and Céline. And I would like to thank the technicians because I'm waiting for my PowerPoint. Yes, thank you. Merci. I'm gonna talk in French, and I'm sorry because I didn't translate my slides. Mais je vais basculer.
But I will start speaking in French. I have not translated my slides in English because the bulk of my presentation here would be to recall the public consultation that was organized a year ago already by Innovation Science of Canada in 2021. There was a public consultation on a modern framework, and I believe that we're all aware of said public consultation. You will find information on this consultation online, so do not hesitate to further my presentation. If Lisa talked about the American legislation, and she apologized for that. I think that in Canada, we should further apologize because we are quite behind. And within the different options that the government contemplated, you have some views stemming from the European Union initiative in the early 2000s. Professor Benavou said the European Commission is a machine that creates a continuously regulation, and I believe that here we will not say otherwise. I would like, first of all, to recall the context of this public consultation and the issues that were dealt with so that we can here revisit some questions, because following said public consultation, not many things have happened, have followed suit, and I believe this will be the opportunity to go forward. So, since 2012, there haven't been any new measures with regards to internet, and network have grown as well as copyright infringement. And so I believe that there is a gap between the act and the application. So here we should, what are the capacity of the copyright to have access to the full right and to develop a full marketplace? These are questions, but I believe that the capacity of copyright is limited, and the only regime that is important here, we're talking about technical responsibility. The only liability, I would say, is the one that deals with the intermediary and that present rules that exonerate them, rules that we know in the US and Europe, and with different conditions, different regimes. And it's within these details that we have to dwell today. And this is where we have to request more from our Copyright Act. With regards to exoneration, it is assumed that the intermediary or the technical intermediary only offer technical means of the infringement of the law. They are not the main culprit, and we're talking about broadcasting, those who store, and we're talking about internet service providers. They are intermediaries that do very little. They just act as mailman, a relay between right holders that say that said right were infringed upon, and those who simply convey said information without taking any part. Again, as I say, they play the role of a mailman in such a relation. They have the obligation to safeguard the data of right holders, and they will only disseminate the information following a court order. And also, they can also block some sites following court orders. And there is not a lot of case law on that, but there is a beginning of undertakings in that sense. And now, once again, you have right holders that believe that the compensation has become increasingly reduced and want the rights to be upheld. Now, the government gives us four possible solutions, and you would see that some aspects are linked with the European legislation, the Australian and the American one. Canada likes to consider different models and see which would be best fit in its situation. So this would be the best or good opportunity to reflect on these different eventualities. The first is to talk about the responsibility aspect, exoneration, to be clear, and to see if it is necessary to be precise with regards to the condition of said exoneration, and if not posting a content would be enough, or are we to require more? And here we talk about the electronic directive in Europe. Are we going to increase the payment to author through a licensee scheme? That could be something that we would hope for. Or it is to increase the payment to right holder in a transparent way. Or what would be the means to acquire more compensation? The fourth option that is in line with what Luisa told us is to clarify, reinforce tools or technical tools or technical means, I would say, to find how we could impose website blocking, or how we could remove indexation to go beyond that and to accompany a withdrawal of certain content in a specific way. Of course, these solutions do not exclude each other, and they are part of the conversation we want to jumpstart here today. What we can actually talk about, okay, I realized that I changed my slide on one side, not on the other one. So these are the four possible solutions to be precise in the exoneration and better payouts, take technical steps, and to be more efficient with the application of the Act. If we were to understand better the public consultation, we could say that it doesn't seem that the government of Canada wants to adopt the notice and stay down, as the European Union does, with some reserve, the possibility to justify Yes, as I said, this is not a path that Canada wants to explore. The notice of takedown is not really in the options, but it will be a legislative framework that would give more precision as to how to follow suit and how court orders would accompany these takedowns. As Luisa was saying, we're looking at clarifying the legal framework and also to follow suit with the court orders. So when these four possibilities are presented to us, of course, there are other subtleties within these possibilities. I don't want to take more of your time. I just want to jumpstart a discussion. First, the exoneration. Well, we certainly have to clarify the conditions of said exoneration to start with the criteria of knowledge. When is one deemed to be knowledgeable or to be aware? And this is something that we have tried to resolve and that has been embedded in the Act in Europe since the year 2000. And do we need a court recognition, or could this knowledge come from the users that could draw attention to infringement? Could it be through a simple notice following an inquest? Well, we will stay on the principle that there is no obligation for surveillance or oversight, but and also we know about the mechanism of court orders, and we also know about the category of sites that only are repository. And here we're talking about internet site. So we're talking about a role of a passive intermediary and not an active one. That sends us back to the case law and the European case laws. This is something that hasn't been clarified in Canada. And also we're creating new obligations for intermediary having a notice mechanism to enable users to signal infringement content, which is something that is done in Europe already. So all these different proposals would be a catch-up with regards to what is being done in Europe since many years and before Article 17 that was presented to us by Professor Benabou. If I may convey my viewpoint, I would say that yes to the exoneration scheme. It is to request to platforms that that be done through a legislation, and this avoids the situation that Luisa alluded to, where there is no certainty. Now, the other options are on the table, that of licensing. The option here would lead to admit that the usage of a content could be illegitimate, and compensation is what is being sought. I don't think that that would be the priority path here today. That is something that should be in the regime in a bid to maybe stop infringement before it occurs, rather than looking for compensation. And as Professor Benadou told us, Article 17 of the 2019 directive on the digital market would favor licensing, a mandatory licensing. So if we were to adopt this path, how would that translate actually tangibly? Now, Now, the third one about transparency, yes, that's interesting. I'm sorry, I am not changing here my screens. Now, transparency, of course, in a bid to know compensation given to authors, that is always welcome. Said transparency could come from authors or from institution. It is to be encouraged. Of course, it's not a panacea to the inadequate compensation. It is rather what could be done rather than a solution per se. Now, the last point, which could be very interesting to better the law enforcement tools, that is something that is quite important in Canada as well as in the US. These are the difficulty that Professor Benabou underscored. It's not only having nice text, but the application becomes more challenging when you have state parties that have to implement. Now, we could also ask ourselves, how can we make copyright more mandatory if we were to take a legislative path with court orders that would block internet sites or certain content. And I think that we should have a legislative framework to such injunctions or court orders. And in the jurisprudence that Lisa mentioned, Gold Media case, we have criteria to see if a withdrawal injunction or aiming at blocking internet site, because this is the latter that happened here. We believe that those aspects could be embedded in legislation. So all these questions do remain pertinent, and I would conclude in saying that we need to consolidate the case law, sometimes combine them, and take into account what transpires in other jurisdictions, because Canada looks towards other jurisdictions and see what is best for Canada on one hand, and on the other, how would that be articulated with Canadian partners. And I thank you for your attention. Hello?
Yes, all right. So we just had a whirlwind introduction to all of the things, and we're all caught up for every jurisdiction around the world, which is just amazing. So, any questions from our online audience? No. All right. Any questions from our live audience? Yep. All right.
Bonjour. Donc, merci pour ces trois.
Hello. Thank you for all three presentations. My question would be for Ms. Benabou. We're talking about the responsibility of intermediaries, and we did talk a lot about Article 17, the responsibilities, if not saying something silly here, is said responsibility is linked to liabilities, and what happens when these liabilities are not respected. Here we talk about certain actors, YouTube, that belongs to Google, that has great financial means. What are the sanctions to be put in place to force these entities to respect the law? Okay. Well, this is a good question. You have the letter or the wording of the text. Yes, I'm sorry. There is a cat that just crossed in front of me. So these texts seemed to be very close to what exists in Canada, but the devil is in the details. You have seen on my slide that you have an exoneration from responsibility of this platform under the guise of best effort. Unfortunately, what do we mean by said best effort?
And the standards have not been set up in Europe. Each member state has got its own definition of best efforts. In France, for example, Article 17 was used without specifying what was the degree of requirements that would be imposed to the intermediary, so that they inherit the interdiction of so that is where the responsibility lies. So if the best effort standard is low, then the responsibility of the intermediary will hardly ever come into play, because they would have set up technical systems, and based on what happens in the States, say, well, I've set up a procedure, I've done my best efforts, contents which is protected are still online, but it's not my fault because I did what I could. But if, on the other hand, the standard is higher, it will be easier to impose that responsibility. What is interesting, even if it's a little delicate in terms of on the judicial side, there's been questions of what is the responsibility of the intermediary when they do not stop the diffusion. And we have thought, and is it civil responsibility? Is it for what is clear for the time being? If best efforts are not done on time, it's the responsibility as someone that is showing forbidden material, including under the penal code. These may change, these definitions may change in terms of damages or reparation that could be asked from the platform, but at least symbolically could affirm the direct applicability of copyright holders if the efforts are not done. But then the entire problem will be a question of best efforts, and that's the definition. If there are no standards imposed, hopefully by the European Court, so there is no uniform standard in the EU. So we can fear some a leveling towards the lowest common denominator with private international laws that will be very difficult to implement. So we've not reached a solution which is satisfactory for the enforcement. Even just wanted to add, we do have dynamic systems in place, and we have transposed the directive in the Information Society of 2001 with injunction mechanisms, which don't necessarily deal with the host, but the intermediary, which has the ability to stop the infraction. And these orders are very effective. They're often applied by national judges and lead to a reduction of the prejudice. It's not necessarily a reparation, but it reduces the prejudice.
Microphone number one.
Yes. Hi. Just wondering, what are your views on, in terms of liability for active intermediaries and passive? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. I guess it's for me. Yeah? Yeah?
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to answer in French, if you're okay with that. Yeah? Is it okay with you? Yeah? Okay, thanks.
I don't know how Canada will want to consider the active role or the passive role, but what we say generally for this analysis is if the technical intermediary really played the role of an intermediary and did not intervene based on the contents because it could have been in their own financial interest to do so or not to do so. And what has been adjudged several times in Europe, we will consider specifically if the intermediary, if the platform set up a certain content. In those cases, it will be decided that there could have been a selection of content. So the platform had an active role. So its responsibility could be, in the case of Canadian law, this platform would be considered as not warranting being exonerated. So we will then be looking to see if there was a financial interest, if advertisements could be associated with a certain content. And we often see it in copyright, where recent films, blockbusters, are immediately accessible online and leading to millions of views. And it's in the financial interest of platforms like YouTube to have millions of views and to have a captive public on their platforms. So we can see that there's a virtuous circle in terms of for these platforms in these situations and financially. So the platforms will make sure that if that material is seen and if it fits in the in the line of choices, and obviously if we encourage the users to go and see similar content. If you like this, you might like this. If we do this this approach, this strategy to present the content, we can determine then that the platform is no longer neutral and is making choices regarding the content and will select the content that is most liked, most visible, and in terms of copyright, things that have been really successful fall in that category. That's the reasoning we did in Europe regarding passive and active systems. Normally, the intermediary must be the one that is simply doing a technical work. We were looking at technical intermediaries, but in Canadian law, the cache, the broadcast, it's a technical technique which no longer corresponds with the activity of platforms. We know that this gap exists, and we want to catch this idea between active and passive. I hope this answers your question. If I may fall back on one point, to wit, that today the European Union is interested in the key role of these platforms have in the distribution of contents, including licit, not just illicit content, to make sure that there is a knowledge of the reasons why a content appears as opposed to another. Even if they are legal, licit contents that have been authorized, there are extremely important issues to make sure that there isn't a preferential treatment, so that users are informed of the reason why they see one content as opposed to another. And there's the possibility to change the parameters so that they can have greater variety. And these are found in DMA and DSA, and I have had no time to speak to them, but it's a way of dealing with intermediary providers, but people then become central in the broadcasting of copyrighted material and can contribute to be more transparent and to share data and to have a better understanding of their public and not just to be in the back office and have a platform in the front office. Merci.
Sorry. Just on the question about passive versus active intermediaries, I think if you look at the safe harbor framework, safe harbors essentially protect an ISP or exempt them from liability if they respond appropriately. So a notice, or they have actual knowledge, or they have red flag knowledge, they will either take down the content or respond favorably and block access. Where the intermediary is a passive intermediary, then they should be eligible for safe harbor protection. But I think as was said earlier, where the intermediary is an active intermediary, meaning doing more than just facilitating the movement of the content through its pipes, then it should not be eligible for safe harbor protection. So that's another, I think, lens through which you can look at what protections may be granted to intermediaries. And there should certainly be a difference in how passive versus active intermediaries should be treated. And just a correction as well, it's been pointed out to me by an audience member that I think I said the Tech Savvy case was affirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada. It actually was not. It was merely allowed to stand, meaning that it did not grant, or meaning the Supreme Court did not grant the leave to appeal. So just a clarification on that point earlier.
Thank you very much. And just on that point, I think generally most of us who are practicing would view that as, the Supreme Court saying we endorse the position of the lower court. So I don't know that it changes much, but thanks for the clarification. I actually have a comment for Louis as well. About 6 years ago, through my California law practice as opposed to Canadian, I encountered a situation where we were representing a notable person who is in Canada, but also had an entertainment industry reputation in America. And I encountered these safe harbor provisions dealing with a website that sort of passively but actively encourages people to say whatever they want about other people. There was no question factually that the content was defamatory, and I know that's a little bit different than talking about copyright, but still the harm is very significant. And I'm wondering if you're aware of any progress in clarifying that this sort of being passively active and allowing people to do this will get you out of the safe harbor provisions, because that was one of our challenges was, well, this site spends their entire image is about, you can safely talk about other people and say whatever you want on our site, and yet somehow that was still arguably passive.
So that, I think, is treading into the realm of CDA 230, which is the Communications and Decency Act.
Yes.
Yeah, so unlike the IP framework, where the CDA does have a carve out for IP, but I think I can't give you good news. There has been no progress on CDA 230 other than, I think, addressing really obvious misconduct. So sites that traffic in unsavory materials, that I think was addressed in legislation maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But in terms of, as you say, a site pretending to be passive, but really by its language encouraging certain activity, the courts have still said that those sites are not technically publishers of the content that their subscribers post on the site. So they can continue to hide under that framework, unfortunately. But that's not my area of expertise. I should put out there quite quickly.
No worries. On that note, thank you, panelists. That was wonderful. And we are ready to take our next break, and we will see you back at 2:45.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's gather back here for the last panel of the conference. It's been very educational. Certainly started 2 days ago, and we are getting started. And while we're getting ready for that, I was asked to, and it's my pleasure to extend a significant thank you to Céline de Denis, who is going to be leaving a little bit early for a train. Céline, come on up here, because we all want to thank you for many weeks of hard work. And pretty much all of this was led by her organization. And I don't know, Natalie, if you want to just say a few words of thank you, if you're able to. There you go. Very appreciated. We wish you safe travels back home, and it's been wonderful working with you for the last 2 days. And on that note, I'm going to invite the other, Céline, to moderate this last panel. We have 2 guests, but I'll let her introduce those, and away we go.
Thank you, Jeff. Hi, everyone. Hi again. Hi, Casey. I hope you can see us. I don't know. You can hear us, hopefully. So for this last but not least panel on copyright and technological issues, I'm very pleased to welcome CDEC-CDCE and Caroline Jonert. Firstly, I'm going to present our panelists, and after that, I will give them the floor to present the question of site blocking and the question of artificial intelligence and copyright. So CDEC-CDCE is a partner at Castles, serving as a member of the firm's executive committee, and he's also the co-chair of its intellectual property and entertainment, media and sports practices. Casey is certified by the Law Society of Ontario, and he as a specialist in intellectual property, copyright, and having worked as a law professor, a jazz producer, and a concert promoter, and a musician, a very accomplished man. And Caroline Jonert est associée, avocate et agente de marque chez Robic.
She is an associate and a trademark agent. She is an expert in privacy law. She's a professor of law at the University of Montreal, and her research is on copyright and artificial intelligence. She will talk about these domains today. She is in charge of copyright of the Canadian Bar Association and the Quebec Division, and she's in charge of intellectual property studies at the University of Montreal.
Regarding the topic of Casey, I'm going to ask a few questions, and the first one, of course, is regarding the site blocking, because that's the topic he proposed to present today. And my first question for you, Casey, is to know what is site blocking. What do we mean when we talk about site blocking? You're on mute. Excuse me, Casey. You're on mute.
And now I've said the most important thing I was going to say, so it's nobody heard. Thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation to be here today. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. I got tied up with family commitments here in Toronto and just couldn't get away. So site blocking. Site blocking is nothing more than technical measures that are deployed by ISPs or other intermediaries on the internet to prevent or to disable access to a given internet location, whether that's a website, a torrent service, an IPTV service, or what have you. The purpose is simply to restrict the ability of an internet user, usually in a particular jurisdiction, to access or to download infringing material that would otherwise be available at that online location. And these orders are usually sought against ISPs because they have the highest degree of control at the network level and can usually deploy technology to drop or to reroute data packets based on specified criteria, including the destination of a request. Now, site blocking is an important tool for rights holders for a number of reasons. Website operators are notorious for making themselves hard to find. They operate offshore, they pop up elsewhere even after they're shut down in one territory. They sort of whack-a-mole their way to another, and it becomes a bit of a cat and mouse game. Often the only practical way to prevent ongoing infringement is to have ISPs prevent people from accessing those infringing services at all. And it's much more effective in practical terms than other forms of enforcement against ISPs, whether it's a notice and notice system, a notice and takedown system, and so on. They have their origin in the EU Info Society Directive from 2001 and the IP Enforcement Directive in the EU from 2004. Both of those directives required member states in their domestic law to make sure that rights holders were in a position to apply for injunctions against intermediaries whose services were used to infringe copyright. So some members of the EU implemented that through specific legislation, and others have dealt with it through common law and equity. The UK started issuing site blocking orders around 2011, and there was a flurry of cases involving Newsbin and the World Premier League of Football and Cartier, among others. And since then, no fewer than 40 different countries, including Canada most recently, have followed suit and started issuing site blocking orders of various types. And as piracy has evolved, so have site blocking orders. Today, we see dynamic injunctions, which are injunctions that allow rights holders to require ISPs to block not only the primary domain name and the IP address of the website of the pirate, but also any subsequent domains that they may shift to in that game of whack-a-mole. Usually that happens under court supervision and subject to the terms of the order, of course, but it typically means that rights holders are able to add to the scope of the order other websites where the infringing content pops up without having to go back to court and get a whole fresh blocking order. And that's important because users are increasingly accessing infringing content not just from sort of freely accessible static websites, but also through unauthorized IPTV set-top boxes and apps and other services that allow infringing streams. And in addition to dynamic injunctions, we're also seeing what's called live blocking, which requires ISPs to block access not only to static content, but also to servers that host infringing streams of live events. So you have traditional site blocking orders, dynamic injunctions, live blocking, and all of that is also to be distinguished from a fourth category, which are referred to as de-indexing orders. And those are simply orders that require ISPs and search engines, among other intermediaries, to prevent links to infringing material from showing up in their search results. And that, of course, was the kind of order that was at issue in Canada in the Google and Equistech case, in which the Supreme Court of Canada upheld the jurisdiction of the BC Supreme Court to issue a worldwide de-indexing order against Google as a last resort in order to prevent Canadians from accessing material that allegedly infringed the plaintiff's exclusive IP rights, including trade secrets. So de-indexing orders, that's a fourth category of orders against third-party intermediaries. So there's a lot going on here. And as is often the case, the law is just being forced to adapt to changes in industry practices and technology.
Thanks, Casey. It was very interesting to know more about live blocking, side blocking, the indexation. It's very specific, and we have to pay attention about the vocabulary to be sure to be on the same page. My second question is about the state of the law, because the previous panel, we talked about tech-savvy, and we would like to know more about this case. And I think that the more important case regarding side blocking, and I'm sure you have a lot of things to explain.
Well, I have some thoughts for sure, and I'm sorry because I missed the previous panel, so I apologize in advance if I'm now going to be telling people things they already know, but I'll try to be brief. So after Equistech was decided in 2017 and upheld by the Supreme Court, there was a lot of speculation as to whether site blocking orders were now available in copyright cases, as opposed to trade secrets, which was really the subject matter of Equistech. So were they available in copyright cases, and did the Copyright Act either permit or preclude site blocking cases? Site blocking orders, rather. And that question was finally answered in 2019 in Tech-Savvy, which was the first time a Canadian court, in that case the federal court, ordered a site blocking injunction in a copyright case. That was November 2019, after a number of broadcasters, including Bell Media, had sued Gold TV, the IPTV service, which they said had been infringing copyright in programming that they either owned or had exclusive licenses to broadcast. And so the broadcasters immediately obtained ex parte an interim injunction requiring Gold TV to stop its infringing activities. And then they obtained an interlocutory injunction for a longer period of time, requiring that Gold TV cease its infringing activities until the action was finally determined on its merits. The defendant, of course, Gold TV, never participated in that action, but it also didn't comply with the injunction. It just continued to offer its service without interruption. And so the broadcasters went back to the federal court and asked for a site blocking order against a number of ISPs, Rogers, Bell, TELUS, a number of others, and of course Tech-Savvy. That was significant for many reasons, including that, of course, the ISPs were not named as defendants in the litigation. This order was being sought against complete third parties to the dispute. And of course, it was the first time that the federal court was being asked to grant relief of this nature. The federal court found that it had the inherent equitable jurisdiction under the federal court rules to grant a site blocking order. It relied in part on the Equistech decision, which had similarly relied on equitable jurisdiction to ground the authority of the BC court to issue the site blocking order. But it also found that Section 34 sub 1 of the Copyright Act, which is the general remedial provision of the Act and entitles courts, among other things, to grant injunctions in copyright cases, that section supported granting a site blocking order, even though it wasn't mentioned specifically and it had never been done. And so having found that it had the jurisdiction to do it, the court then moved on and applied the general test for interlocutory injunctions, the RJR McDonald test, and it found that there was a strong prima facie case that Gold TV had infringed copyright. It found that the broadcasters, the plaintiffs, would suffer irreparable harm if the injunction weren't granted and Gold TV was allowed to continue broadcasting the content that they owned or were exclusively licensed to use with impunity until trial. And it found that the balance of convenience favored granting the injunction. And consistent with RJR, it found, most importantly, that granting a site blocking injunction was just and equitable in all the circumstances of the case. And in assessing the balance of convenience in the case, the federal court turned to jurisprudence from the UK, specifically the Cartier cases, and relied on factors that had been developed through a series of decisions in that dispute. It looked at necessity. To what degree, it asked, was the relief sought necessary to protect the broadcaster's rights, and were there alternative or less onerous measures available to achieve the same or a similar result? It looked at effectiveness. Would the relief sought make infringing activities more difficult to achieve? And would it discourage internet users from accessing the infringing service? It looked at dissuasiveness. Would others who weren't currently accessing the infringing service be dissuaded from doing so if the order were granted? It looked at the complexity and cost of implementing the relief. It looked at fairness. In other words, would the order strike a fair balance between the fundamental rights of the parties, of the third-party ISPs, and of the general public? It looked at substitution. To what extent could the blocked website be replaced or substituted for another infringing site? And it also looked at safeguards. Would the order sought include measures that would safeguard against abuse? So 7 factors: necessity, effectiveness, dissuasiveness, complexity and cost, fairness, substitution, and safeguards. And the court looked at all of them and said, yeah, these factors all favor the broadcasters and favor granting the order. And so it did. It granted the order, subject to termination 2 years after it was issued. And it was a dynamic order. It allowed the broadcasters to amend the order to apply to any other domain or subdomain or IP address where the infringing content might pop up in the future, and required the ISPs to block those other locations unless they brought a motion to object. Otherwise, the order would be amended to include those additional sites and locations. It also ordered the broadcasters to indemnify the ISPs for the reasonable costs of implementing the injunction, and for any liability or expense that might arise out of dealing with complaints or claims by third parties as a result of the ISP's compliance with the order. And that was, in the court's view, an important safeguard and an important fairness consideration to make sure that the interests of a variety of stakeholders were considered. Tech-savvy, but not any of the other ISPs, by the way, but Tech-savvy then appealed to the Federal Court of Appeal, raising a variety of issues, including the allegation that a site blocking injunction was simply inconsistent with the scheme of the Copyright Act. The Federal Court of Appeal disagreed. It unanimously upheld the lower court's order on May 26, 2021. And the Supreme Court of Canada earlier this year denied leave to appeal. So that's the law of the land. Through a combination of Section 34 sub 1 of the Copyright Act and the inherent jurisdiction of the court to order equitable relief, site blocking injunctions are now available in copyright infringement cases in appropriate circumstances, and probably with regard to those 7 factors derived from Cartier.
Thanks, Casey, for being so precise and to give us these famous 7 factors. And now we can say that site blocking is available. And do you think that's a good idea, or do you think some people agree or disagree with it? We know there are many opponents, and we are wondering what kind of arguments they could have, and what are their concerns.
Yeah, most often the complaints by certain stakeholders boil down to one of 2 categories. There's the net neutrality consideration, the idea that site blocking doesn't treat all internet communications equally, which ISPs are required to do under Section 36 of the Telecommunications Act, and that this will somehow break the internet if site blocking orders are required. And then the other sort of bucket of concern relates to freedom of expression. The idea that internet users ought to be able to express themselves online however they choose, even at the risk of allowing copyright infringement. And the Court of Appeal dealt with both of those issues in Tech-savvy. With regard to net neutrality, it said that Section 36 of the Telecommunications Act, which provides for net neutrality, doesn't necessarily allow infringement to continue, and Canadian carriers may be prohibited from controlling the content or influencing the meaning or purpose of telecommunications, but that didn't preclude the court in appropriate circumstances from ordering carriers to do that. And this was a case where the court found that the nature of the infringing activity effectively overrode or overtook considerations of net neutrality. And on freedom of expression, this had been dealt with in Equistech too, and the court just simply found that ISPs don't engage in any expressive activity when they provide customers with access to certain websites. In fact, that's kind of inconsistent with the whole idea of net neutrality. Right? If there are only common carriers show any preference for one website over another in expressive activity, when all they're doing is providing a pipe for the communication of that content. Now, the ISP customers may have an expressive interest that's affected by being denied access to certain websites, but again, the Supreme Court had already held in Equistech that freedom of expression didn't go so far as requiring the court to tolerate the facilitation of unlawful conduct, including the infringement of IP rights. And so that was the court's perspective on those issues. There are also stakeholders who say, well, wait a minute. The Copyright Act reflects sort of a careful balance between the exclusive rights of owners to control and to be compensated for the use of their content, and the rights of users to make use of that content in appropriate ways that Parliament sees fit to allow. And so that argument essentially is that you've got this carefully balanced set of remedies available against ISPs in the Copyright Act and corresponding protections from liability, which I know were talked about in the previous panel, and that includes notice and notice. And if Parliament intended site blocking injunctions to be available in copyright cases, it would have provided for that in the Copyright Act. It wouldn't be up to courts to determine whether or not to allow them. But the Court of Appeal rejected that as well in TechSavvy. It basically said, look, there's nothing in the Copyright Act that suggests that Parliament intended to deny copyright owners the benefit of site blocking orders, much less oust the equitable jurisdiction of the court to order them in appropriate cases. You've got a broad remedial section in 34 sub 1, and that's intentional to allow courts to choose from the whole panoply of potential remedies available for the infringement of a right. And the Supreme Court itself had already indicated in another case, Rogers and Voltage, that notice and notice was not the final word on deterring online copyright infringement. It was just the first step. And the court specifically said that other remedies, including injunctions, would be available. So relying on that authority and interpreting the Copyright Act, the Court of Appeal just simply agreed that the possible remedies contemplated in 34 sub 1 include site blocking injunctions, and the Supreme Court of Canada having now denied leave to appeal, that's the law of the land.
Oh, thanks, Casey. And you already talked about the UK cases, and in a comparative approach, what are the measures taken by other jurisdictions, not only the UK?
Well, as I said earlier, there are now, I think, 42 or 43 countries that have experience now with site blocking injunctions, and they deal with them in different ways. In some jurisdictions have adopted specific site blocking legislation, usually through amendments to their existing copyright legislation. For example, the UK has Section 97A of the Copyright Designs and Patents Act, and that section gives the High Court specifically the power to grant an injunction against a service provider who has actual knowledge of another person using its service to infringe copyright. And then it goes on to set out a number of factors relevant to determining whether the service provider has actual knowledge. And that includes having received notice of infringement from a rights holder. But it doesn't deal with the factors that determine whether or not an injunction ought to be granted. That's been dealt with through equitable principles, including the Cartier factors that have been developed and applied over a bunch of cases. Australia goes a step farther, and Section 115A of its Copyright Act, it's more prescriptive. It sets out a number of specific factors that are relevant to whether or not an injunction ought to be granted, and the court's supposed to look at these factors. Many of them relate to the flagrancy of the infringement or of the facilitation by the target website, as opposed to the conduct of the intermediary, which is important because this is no-fault legislation. This is not holding the intermediary liable for copyright infringement or for authorizing or condoning copyright infringement or even facilitating it. It's simply saying, you intermediaries, you're in a good position to put a stop to the infringing activity. There's no other effective way for the court to do that. And so without blaming you, we're asking you and requiring you to be part of the solution. And although but having said that, the factors do look at the proportionality of the remedy in the circumstances of each case, as well as the public interest and the impact on other people who are likely to be affected by the injunction. And so it's not a one-way street. It does look at the interests of the ISPs under the circumstances and also the interests of the general public at large. Now, there are other jurisdictions like Canada who have not adopted or have not yet adopted specific site blocking legislation, and instead they rely, as we have, on the general equitable jurisdiction of the court to grant interlocutory relief. And what's really interesting is that in the last few weeks, the United States has joined that list. The Second District of New York earlier in May issued a very, very broad injunction that effectively required every ISP in the United States to block access to 3 websites that had been accused of infringement by various content providers in Israel. And the order went further. It also ordered third-party service providers, including hosting services, VPN providers, payment processors, web designers, and a bunch of others, to stop doing business with those alleged infringing websites. And it also ordered domain registrars, in effect, to kill the defendants' domains and hand them over to the plaintiffs. So it was staggering in its scope, but it was rooted in the same idea that the court has the inherent equitable jurisdiction to fashion remedies, including remedies against third parties, where just and equitable in the circumstances to prevent infringement. What was really interesting about that, of course, is that when Congress, almost exactly 10 years earlier, proposed to introduce its own site blocking rules through SOPA, the reaction was so ferocious that it essentially shut down the internet for a couple of days, and the legislation was ultimately withdrawn, with Congress sort of cowering in the corner, afraid to upset the ISPs and Google. But if this decision stands, and it may stand because the Israeli websites didn't show up to defend themselves in court, it may be that no enabling legislation was necessary in the first place, because again, just like in Tech Savvy, this was all done under the court's inherent equitable powers. So it's interesting to see that the U.S. Somewhat belatedly has now joined, as Canada has, the list of countries that provides for site blocking one way or another.
Thanks, Casey. And do you think this way equitable jurisdiction is a good one? Or do you think now Canada need a site blocking legislation?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I'm not sure yet. So far, of course, only the federal court and the BC Supreme Court have used their equitable jurisdiction to grant a site blocking order. And so it's possible that other courts, provincial superior courts, may balk at doing that, or that they may do it in procedural ways that makes the sort of pathway to an injunction unclear. And if that happens, then it might be necessary for Parliament to step in and try to streamline the process through enabling legislation in the Copyright Act. And the same issue might arise if the standards or criteria that are applied in different superior courts turn out to be inconsistent. You know, a court might say, well, it's not enough for you for the rights holder to have gotten an interlocutory injunction. Maybe you need to have at least a default judgment against the infringing site before you can get a site blocking injunction. If that's the case, again, Parliament might have to step in because, you know, by the time you get a default judgment against the infringer, the horse is so far out of the barn that a site blocking injunction is not going to do anything to stop it. And of course, people who are concerned about site blocking orders because of net neutrality, because of freedom of expression, because of concerns of overblocking, etc., they might well argue that a legislative regime would do a better job of balancing those concerns against the concerns of rights holders. That also remains to be seen. But what's interesting is that in other jurisdictions, including the UK and Australia and increasingly throughout Europe, site blocking orders have become less controversial as they've become more common. Once stakeholders, including ISPs and other intermediaries, begin to understand that there's a settled legal framework, they generally start to work together with rights holders and their representatives to develop business-driven solutions that streamline the process and reduce the costs of getting and implementing site blocking orders. Now, that may happen in Canada with or without legislation, but it could take longer if the framework is left only to the courts. So in my opinion, Parliament has already said that it intends to continue studying the issue. That was the recommendation of the INDU committee when it reviewed the Copyright Act in 2018, and Parliament looks to be committed to the idea of monitoring developments in site blocking and you know, continuing to think about whether legislation would be desirable. But you know, the other question, and it's a big one, is if there were to be a legislative solution, what should it look like? Should it be general enabling legislation as we've seen in the UK without prescriptive criteria as to whether and when an injunction should be granted? Or should it be more prescriptive, as it is in Australia, you know, presumably in the interest of making the pathway that much more clear and transparent for the stakeholders? And that's not the only question. If it were prescriptive, would it really be any different, and should it really be any different from the factors that have already been laid out in TEC-SAVI? Because those factors were based on factors that have been carefully developed over a long period of time through multiple site blocking cases in the UK under Section 97A and through the Cartier litigation. So it may be that Canada has just learned from the experiences of other like-minded jurisdictions, and maybe we'll be able to short-circuit the extent of litigation that we've seen in other jurisdictions over site blocking. Parliament could consider codifying the status quo, the TEC-SAVI status quo, with a view to further limiting unnecessary litigation. Or, again, it might do nothing at all, and maybe it should do nothing at all, and just wait to see how the case law evolves before deciding whether to act. I mean, what is clear is that with TEC-SAVI now having worked its way all the way through the court system, with a very clear and decisive decision by the Federal Court of Appeal to uphold that jurisdiction of the lower court, and the Supreme Court of Canada seemingly endorsing or at least declining to wade in and investigate the issue further, having weighed in on a different type of, but a similar type of order in Equistec, we do seem to have a fairly clear pathway now in Canada. And so I guess that's all a very long way of saying I'm not sure that legislation is necessarily required, but I'm also not sure yet that it is. We'll have to wait and see.
Thanks, Casey. And I think the question, what should this legislation look like, is probably the most complicated, most difficult question. Thanks for your presentation. It was really clear and really interesting. I think everybody can join me to applaud. Thank you.
Thank you. My pleasure.
I'm sure you will have some questions from the audience after the presentation of Caroline. Thank you. Bonjour, Caroline.
Hello, Caroline. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for being here and to explore with you the technological issues having to do with copyright. So we've gone from site blocking to artificial intelligence. So we will need a bit of a brain transition. So to be able to make the transition, perhaps we could start slowly by explaining what artificial intelligence is and what it has to do with culture and what role it has. And perhaps give us some examples and explanations so that the public knows what it is we're going to be talking about and that we can all be on the same page, as I was saying earlier with Casey. Can you hear me well? I can hear the resonance here. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm delighted to be here today, notwithstanding arriving late. I am delighted to speak to you of a subject that I find that is a passion for me and has issues in copyright, as Céline mentioned. Before going into the core of the subject, it's important to give you some definition of what artificial intelligence is. So it's a subject that we often hear about over several years, but it is not a new subject. One of the first definitions of artificial intelligence goes back to 1956. Obviously, technology has improved, but generally it is technology. If there were programmers here, they would find that I'm speaking at too high a level. But what we're speaking of when we speak of artificial intelligence, it's a technology that is trying to reproduce capacities that are human-like. We can speak of language, communication, adapting, and learning, and with a certain degree of autonomy in specific fields. The reason why we hear of artificial intelligence today is that, in fact, the machine, the techniques, developed an ability to calculate which is extremely powerful. And these technologies require a lot of data, and over the past few years, there's a great increase of data to work with algorithms. So the second point is, how does AI work? So it brings different players in. We've got a programmer which develops his or her program, and then we've got someone who trains this algorithm by giving it a critical mass of data so that the algorithm can look at certain trends, certain directions, so that later it can do tasks in automatically. I put that in quotes because, notwithstanding what we heard, the machines are not autonomous. There's human involvement in the process. So Céline was speaking of using artificial intelligence in the field of culture, and it is true that over the past few years we've heard speak of artificial intelligence that creates works of arts, music. One of the most eloquent examples that we've heard is the new Rembrandt. In 2016, some people, I thought they discovered a new Rembrandt. In fact, it was a number of Microsoft, ING, and Artistorian searchers that had come together to try and create a new portrait in the Rembrandt style. They gave it 300 pictures of the Dutch master, and based on that learning and the data that the machine absorbed, a new painting was painted based on Rembrandt's characteristics. That is rather exceptional, because when we look at the painting, it is confusing. And Hello World is an album which was launched in 2016 as well. And once again, it was using certain pieces of music which the algorithm had absorbed to produce pieces that artists readjusted to their own way of playing. And Professor Gendron was explaining that there's a new Beethoven piece, in quotes, that was produced and drawn from Beethoven's 10th Symphony. And literature is also affected, but it's probably the milieu that is least affected by artificial intelligence, because when we read texts that are generated, it's the logical structure is not there. Nevertheless, artificial intelligence is starting to make inroads in this field. And when we look at all of these works, this creation, we realize that they have certain common characteristics. The first being that it looks at like creations that could have been produced. You don't see the pixelized aspect that a computer may produce. We've got works that are smooth, that could be confused with those produced by a human being. Point number one. Second, these are works that are based on a certain collaboration, certain participation with a number of players. I spoke earlier of the programmer, the trainer, the one that supplies all of the data to the algorithm as it's training, so that the algorithm can create certain tendencies and so forth. And finally, we've got a program user. Obviously, and not least, we've got this algorithm, this technological aspect that comes into play. So we've got this collaboration between human and technical elements. We've got to understand that these are creations that have a bit of unpredictability. That black box in artificial intelligence means that there is a system, there's a mechanism that is impermeable. We do not understand what happens in that little box. So there's always something unexpected. And the programmers, in the case of the new Rembrandt, were able to put certain parameters in place. They did not know precisely, exactly what that painting generated by artificial intelligence would look like. And these three characteristics are those that are creating issues in the field of copyright. Thank you for these first examples that are quite inspiring. We can see that artificial intelligence is now at the table of creation, and you've already given the question of the various players, the various links of different creators. Perhaps we can see that AI brings up the question of the protection that copyright would offer, the originality, of course, that will be questioned. So I ask you the question, what happens then with these concepts in regards to artificial intelligence? Now, obviously, it's a question, these creations, they are not works, because that refers to works that are protected by copyright. But these artificial productions can be protected by copyright. That was a question in the 5-year revisions in 2018, 2019. And the players indicated that there's some lack of clarity in the law and the framework. When we look at jurisprudence and everything that was said regarding these artificial productions, they conclude that these are productions that cannot be protected by copyright because the machine is at the heart of that process, and the Canadian copyright law is anthropocentric. It involves human creation. So, according to me, humbly, I can think that they are early conclusions, because they what that implies is we've got to get back to the work table and analyze all of the criteria applicable in the protection of copyright and how they're met with artificial intelligence. As Céline was mentioning, the difference criteria for protection, but the two main ones that can create an issue with artificial intelligence, it's first originality and authorship. Now, as regards originality, as you know, surely, because of the bi-judicial system, the Canada hesitated as to definition given to originality. We tended to go towards an Anglo-Saxon system, which is more based on effort and labor. Then we were considering a more European creativity-based system, and the Supreme Court adopted a median character that I was going to say, the exercise of talent and judgment. And so to be original, a work must, an author must express talent in his or her creative work. But a purely mechanical enterprise will not be sufficient to give a copyright. So the issue here is that this unpredictability that we were speaking of earlier could, according to some, mean that we are not in the presence of the originality of an original work. In the case of the new Rembrandt, that researchers could not predict precisely that the appearance of that painting. Some are saying that this unpredictability, the unknown, so the exercise of talent and judgment is not met here. I'm not in agreement with that, because I do not believe that the law prevents the inclusion of unpredictability in the creative process. Jackson Pollock, for example, when he creates his famous dripping technique, he doesn't know where the little paint flecks will happen, and nobody is going to say that his painting is not protected by copyright. What is not protected, it's football matches where there's total unpredictability from A to Z. What we protect is the creative process, where we can see that creators have got a control on the process. Some authors will even say that the unpredictability is the creator inserted it in the process. It's a creative choice that he or she made. It's a conclusion that needs to be nuanced, because as algorithms are learning, they become more and more autonomous, and at some point in time, obviously, what a creator had in mind and what the result that we get can be such that we leave this this concept of originality that copyright is supposed to protect. Now, that is for the point of originality. Now, for the authorship, it's a question now, which is very interesting, because even if the author is at the heart of the law, there's no definition of what an author is. We've got different legislative indications indicating that an author will be a physical person. There's also jurisprudence that confirms this notion frequently. So to be protected by copyright, the work must come from a physical person. That automatically excludes the algorithm. You remember earlier I was speaking of the collaborative creation of algorithms. We've got the algorithm, we've got the programmer, we've got the trainer, we've got the user. So all of these candidates, can they all be considered authors? So here we can exclude the algorithms. So now we can speak of the user now. Some will say that the user, in fact, is the one that is manipulating the program and decides what he wishes to have as a creation. And in that case, some will propose that the user be the considered the author of the algorithmic works. So it's a question that needs some nuance, because when we look more closely with the example of the deep art program, we can see that the answer is not quite as clear. In fact, the deep art program, you've surely heard of that and seen some of its examples. It's a program where you submit a photograph or an image to the program, and it transposes an artistic style to your image. For example, you will have the style of Van Gogh that will be transposed to your image, and you will see that Van Gogh style on the image. If I'm the owner of the program and I submit the image, can I pretend to be the author of that use? For me, the answer is no, because even if I chose the beautiful image, that's all I've done. I did a mechanical motion. I did not have a control on the algorithmic process. I may have chosen the style that I wanted to transpose over the photograph, but that was an extremely limited choice, and jurisprudence is indicating is when the creative process is restrained. For instance, it's imposed by certain standards, laws. So I cannot pretend that it's a work emanating from an author. And the magic here, as a user, I don't have a lot of options. I don't have a large creative option. And submitting that to a mechanical process, it's a conclusion, in fact, which is picked up by the chart of creators and going back to 1980, that was looking at the protection of video games. In the case of video games, the user has got the ability to interact and to have a certain incidents and introduce certain elements in the video game. And in that report, the committee came to the conclusion that the users do not have enough involvement on the creative process to be considered authors. In fact, the analogy here is probably good to make with artificial intelligence, in the sense that all of the results that come from this video game or this program are attributable to the programmer. So now is the third candidate, the programmer. Could the programmer pretend to be the author of all of these artificial creations? And that is the solution which is most often proposed. And it's a logical solution, because it is that person that has the strongest link. He's the one that has set up the program and configured all of the parameters. So it seems logical to propose the programmer as being the author of an artificial creation. But it would be too easy to have such a simple answer, because we've spoke of the unpredictability that goes along, as the program is learning from the data, it becomes more and more independent and leaves the parameters that were programmed by the programmer. So that could be the first flaw in the possibility for the programmer to be considered an author. And when we think about it, if our programmer dies but his program continues to work, then we've got an issue of posthumous creations. Here we'd have creations where algorithmic creations are produced even if my author, my programmer, has died. And we could find ourselves with works that are protected when the person has died. And if the person has died more than 50 years before, the creation would be in the public domain. We can see that it doesn't quite match with the logic of copyright law, which we were speaking earlier of, where we want that equilibrium dealing with the author, and what would be the what we would be giving the person who has died. All of these proposals that we are talking about earlier are proposals that do not consider the participatory character, the collaborative project of the creative process in artificial intelligence. And that is something which is not in discussions, but when we are looking at the issues more closely, there are different players in the process, and the question needs to be asked, could we be in the presence of co-authors instead of an individual author? So the law on for copyright, it has provisions for collaborative productions. To be qualified as such, the collaboration must be the collaboration of two or more authors, and that the what one brings to the creation may not be more important than others. So jurisprudence sort of mixed the issues. There's intentionality. The idea of collaboration is unclear, but we've got at least need a concentration, a collaboration between authors. So authors are what we spoke earlier, these physical individuals that had talent, judgment in a creative process. So when we're looking, for example, at different AI systems, it's problematic, this idea of that collaboration is difficult to transfer into the universe of algorithms. So another example for you. We've got deep dream systems from Google that allows the submission of an idea, an image that will then be, where certain aspects will be extracted. And it gives an hallucinogenic aspect. So to achieve that result, we have a user that submits an image to the program, and then that person chooses certain parameters and the photograph is generated. It's a little like Google Translate. The user supplies his text and then the translation is done automatically. So the user does not create a lot of choices. So upstream, the creator has no idea of what will be submitted by Google Translate or the image that will be submitted by Deep Dream. So even if the programmer is relevant in that process, the result would never have happened without the user's cooperation or involvement. So we can doubt that each can be qualified as first author and eventually co-author. So with that given situation, we are facing scenarios where, in fact, creations that seem that they could be protected by copyright could not fall under the regime and become public works. And last year, in 2021, the government launched a public consultation to see what would be the solutions to bring to this situation. So that's what I have to say. Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions. Yes, you were speaking of autonomy, unpredictability. So these systems are complex, varied theories and many different, techniques. So I don't want to get into technical details, but some systems are supervised, others are not supervised, the others are reinforced. So there is less applicability. I'm looking for my words. There's less human intervention in the algorithmic process. And do you differentiate depending on the degree, the sharing of the tasks between humans as to whether they would have given a lot of information, and if they correct the algorithm that would not have given the expected result, or we just allow the system to work on its own and it evolves. We don't know really what happens. Yes, it's an excellent question. In fact, we've got to. It's a lawyer's answer. It's case by case, and it varies. So, from the time when there's a human intervention that adjusts, like Hello World and all of these songs that were produced with artificial intelligence, there's a human input at the end that here allows these creations to be qualified as works that are protected by copyright because humans will have done enough of a creative effort. In the other cases, and that's where the question comes up, in these situations where the people have programmed a program, trained it, and used that program, but afterwards no other manipulation occurred. That's where the question occurs, and that's where the question of originality and predictability, collaboration of all of these actors, that's where the question arises. When, for example, you're in the new Rembrandt, there were no manipulation, no touch-ups after the work was produced by the program. Notwithstanding, when we analyze more closely, everything was orchestrated. We observe that there was a specific selection of works to submit to the algorithm to train itself adequately. There are specific parameters that was defined by the programmers. There was an entire consultation of these people that allows us to conclude that in that case, the creation is original, and the collaboration between all of these players, it's a work that can be protected. It's a collaborative art. When we're looking at Deep Dream and Google Translate, and we do the same analysis, we realize that there are breaks in terms of originality or the collaboration between the various players. And based on that, there are works, in fact, they are not works, they are creations rather, and fall in the public domain and cannot be protected. So it brings a lot of questions because different people are investing some time and some money. A lot of money is going into that, and it's really bizarre to say that after all of this effort, all these investments, you end up with something that can't be copyrighted. So that brings us to this question, what should we do? Should we change the regimen of copyright? Should the situation remain as it is, respect the integrity of copyright? And earlier it was mentioned that, yes, there's a public consultation last year, and the parties had until September 2021 to be involved, because it's a question that we are asking here in Canada. Obviously, there are no answers that have been formulated. We're with a question of what are we going to do. So if we look at what happened overseas without doing a comparative analysis, there are jurisdictions that have specific protocols to deal with programs or works produced by computer programs. So Great Britain has, and New Zealand, Ireland, other jurisdictions have got similar provisions. And these laws indicate that for these works that are created by programs, the authorship will be attributed to the person that did all of the arrangements to produce these works. So generally, there's a decision given in 2006 from the UK, which indicated that these positions would be more focused on the program users, and then there were discussions that it was an archaic disposition. It would rather be the programmer that should fall under these issues. So Great Britain decided that these choices is not sufficient to deal with the problem of artificial intelligence. So now there's been a public consultation done recently in Great Britain to deal with that.
These jurisdictions that contain this position, specific when it comes to computers, etc., we have also suggestions and proposals that were done at the foreign level to see, to give the work to specific people. Some authors propose to review working for hire that give this authorship to the employer. So some authors propose to revise, to manipulate, if you want, these particular dispositions, and others also propose to review the notion of originality. And we look at these things, it's part of authorship and originality. So like in France, for instance, where we have a criteria of originality that is extremely, of origin, that is extremely important, authors that came to objectivize the norm, to put an objective notion to the norm, novelty rather than creation. So all of these proposals are quite interesting, but if we put them to on the Canadian landscape, there are some obstacles to their transposition here. And it came with all the analysis, and essentially what we have to keep in mind is that we have a way that is extremely particular and a vision that is personalized with more rights, etc. And then when we see all of these proposals, we are much more in a more economical vision, and we have to attach or to compensate people to put aside all the foundation of authorship and copyright, and then we propose to objectivize the notion of originality or origin, but not to talk about the problem of these orphan work. On the other side, proposals when it comes to work made for hire and the other proposals that are British, we put more emphasis on rather than the author, but the owner of the author is the person that is at the origin of the creation. It's the person that had the talent, the judgment that is at the origin, and the owner is a third party. But following that, we have an owner that is not necessarily the author of the things. And then we analyze all of these proposals. We have the impression probably to do a quick fix, to jump rapidly to conclusion, to go get an owner, much more than to have an author, physical author, that does an originality effort in his process. Thank you. So the idea of back to the investment, much more copyright. Thank you very much for these shedding the light on that, and congratulate Caroline on that. I would like to have the time to ask questions to Caroline here on these two topics when it comes to technological aspect of things, when it comes to AI and site booking. So any questions online? Probably we can allow the internet-based people. There's a question from Mr. Dali Sukman.
CDEC. So the NY decision you referred to was a default judgment. This order is an extension of many prior orders against their third parties, like payment processing and domain name registers. Do you think the same order will have been made if it had been defended by an ISP? In particular, there has been reluctance of rights holders to bring blocking orders in the US or to use the DMCA blocking order jurisdiction because of concerns courts will not make the orders. What do you think will happen if a similar order is defended? End of question.
Thanks for the question, Barry. Yeah, it's a good point. As I mentioned when I talked about that case, this was a situation where the ISPs did not, where the infringing site didn't show up to defend. And I think what distinguishes the U.S. from some other jurisdictions, and not just in the area of site blocking orders, is the paramountcy of freedom of speech concerns in the U.S. generally and under the U.S. Constitution. And I have thought about whether freedom of expression considerations might play a larger role in a court's assessment of whether to block a website, particularly on an interlocutory basis. And I think there's a very good chance that it would. I think that a court might look at it, and unlike the Federal Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court of Canada, which have said, yeah, well, freedom of expression is important, but not important enough to allow to require courts to allow copyright infringement to go unchecked while a case works its way through the courts. In the U.S., they might very well say, our concept of speech under the U.S. Constitution is broader. It's fundamental to U.S. life in a way that really distinguishes the U.S. from other jurisdictions, and we're going to hold off on making a site blocking order accordingly. It remains to be seen, and certainly if we were to have a case in the U.S. where ISPs were to show up and defend themselves or resist an order the way TechSavvy did in that case, I think the debate would be very interesting. I do think that the U.S. is probably a jurisdiction at the end of the day that ought to consider adopting specialized site blocking legislation for exactly that reason, the clarity required of the pathway to a site blocking injunction. But it's an interesting question to think about.
Merci beaucoup pour cette première question. Y en a-t-il?
Thank you for that question. Anything else? As a matter of fact,
membre du comité des auteurs de l'SACD, d'Illustration Québec, la SARTEC et de la WGC.
So the observation would be, this means that somebody that uses something in Photoshop does not do the artistic choice, because this illustrator would choose to apply the filter and then to stop that artistic personal touch result. The programmer had no idea, because he did not participate at the choice of the owner of the work. It seems that the software is a tool and not an artistic gesture, and it weakens the choice to express for the artist to express himself. It's to give copyright for a software to the programmer, while it is illogical to give a use for a tool that he has conceived and not what was done. And I think it's for Carolina. Yes, I think that indeed in the case of Photoshop, we are more into that logic of tools, like at the time where we would see the use of a program of AI where there is really an imprevisible way of doing things. It's not a question of application of filter. It's much more touches or things that were done. And I think an illustrator would have a right on the illustration that I would imagine that he would create and develop, and then he add filters compared to the programmers. Programmers would have a copyright or a right of author on the software, but it does not infringe on the resultant. So I don't know if it answered the question. Last chance for everybody to ask a question. Corinne, we talked about work that is created by AI, but less that come from the beginning. We talk about we train that machine and how we train the machine, and I think it's the end, the question of the right to use of their work. So we are going to use protected work that would have an economical value. So copyright law does not have disposition when it comes to these kind of use. We have a say that equity in use or equality when it comes to CCH and the characters. We don't have these conditions. We don't meet conditions, and we talked about the exceptions when it comes to temporary reproductions. And as a matter of fact, it's not temporary. It are constantly used in or present in the software. So proposals were formulated when it comes to public consultation and nationally. And then we talked about the possibility to introduce the text and the data that is much more geared to the European right. And then I read a text of a researcher from the University of New York, and she mentioned something when it comes to the pertinence of a point here. And then not to have researchers using these data in order to avoid to be infringing would use things on open or things that were in the public domain, so or work that is on public domain. So, which means the AI will be trained into obsolete and channels that are not what we have now. So ensure that we have data that are updated, more pertinent to train these algorithms. We have to fetch an exception in the law in order to get at more performing algorithms. And thank you for Caroline and for everybody. Oh, there is a question, so it's not. Thank you for allowing me a last question. Started in collaboration with CDEC and Guild of Canada has put a forum also, and then in order to feed the machine with more contemporary work, just ask for licenses. Like it was mentioned, it is mentioned to be paid for the work that we have done, and if so, it's important that all use as long as copyright that we protect the people that have created it, and it's a worry that have to be done. So thank you, CDSA, for these 2 days about copyright that were absolutely fantastic. Thank you. So thank you very much for Caroline and Casey for the mention when it comes to what's happening. Thank you. And Jeff is going to conclude today.
So we've reached the end of our 2 days. It was lovely to meet all of the people that I got to meet, and we're kind of at that stage where if we were watching a movie, it would be the end credits rolling. I did have a thought, though, in my capacity, not as a lawyer, but as a film composer. If I co-compose a film score with an artificially intelligent being, does that mean that if there is copyright, then since copyright lasts for the life of the copyright plus 50 years, soon to be 70, that I get perpetual copyright on my film score? It's just a thought. Anyways, all right. Thank you to all of the panelists for providing their knowledge. Thank you to the partners and sponsors of the event, for which if they didn't show up, we wouldn't be able to have an event. The Meeting Encore team for providing logistical support, the audio-visual technicians who handled all of the intricacies of the technology that we've been using for 2 days, the CDCE team for the organization, and in particular Tarek, Elizabeth, Fanny, Claire Gillis, Maurice Bolivar, and Lisa Fiorilli. So I hope I got those names correct. And of course, all of the participants, thank you. It was a pleasure to be with you, and have safe journeys home. Oh, of course, we missed the translators, and thank you very much at all. You certainly helped me make this work.
Jeff didn't thank himself, so I'm going to thank him for everybody. Jeff, thank you so much for everything that you did. And everybody, you may have noticed that this is the future of copyright, and not one person said keep it the same. So get out there, get rallied up, and get these changes done. Thank you.